All right, good morning, everyone. This is our special council meeting of November 26, 2026. Before I begin the meeting, I will acknowledge that we have one member of council absent at the moment, but all others are present. All right, so I'll first state our township land acknowledgement. The township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their resilience as well as their culture and of our shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways, which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey, foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. All right, so we're at item 2, which is the adoption of the agenda. And the recommendation is that the agenda for the special council meeting held on Wednesday, November 26, 2025 be adopted as presented. Do I have a mover for that motion? Councillor Cox, and seconded by Councillor Simpson. Or sorry, Councillor Borzos. I had his name on my mind still. All right, we're at item 3, disclosure of pecuniary interest. Are there any disclosures at this time? Seeing none, if you do find yourself in that situation during the budget discussions, please declare. And before we go on to the next step, I just want to acknowledge the process for today's meeting. Before we begin the discussions on the 2026 budget, I would like to note that this year's budget process has followed the same steps as in previous years. Budgets for proposals and for budget preparation. I'd also like to provide an overview of the budget process and meeting procedure for today. First, public comment, which is on the next item, is listed on the agenda, permitting comments from the public to be presented in person or read by our clerk's department. Following the public comment, council will have the opportunity to discuss the proposed 2026 budget, which includes both the operating budget and capital projects. Council also has the opportunity today to adopt any amendments to the budget. Any proposed amendments will be provided to the clerk and will be shared in written form so that there are no confusion and the amendments are clear for council. The proposed 2026 operating budget presents a blended rate increase of 2.65%. However, upon adoption yesterday of the County of Simcoe budget, our blended rate is now approximately 2.47%. During the staff review today, the Township Treasurer, Mr. Anderchuk, will provide an overview as well. The proposed 2026 capital projects does not have any impact on the 2026 tax levy and is fully funded by grants, development charges, and Township Reserve and Reserve funds. The capital and operating budget is presented by department and divisions. And today we will proceed through discussions by each division, and should there be questions pertaining to an individual department, project, or line item, staff are available to answer questions. And I would like to take this opportunity now to thank staff for working so diligently on the budget process, capturing much needed capital projects, and providing the operating budget with minimal proposed increase. I believe this budget to be well-rounded, impactful on building for the future while recognizing the cost impacts on all our residents. And as council is aware, there have been changes to the process from here on out for under Strong Mayor's legislation. So I did want to go to the clerk so that there is additional explanation to council on the next steps for today and for following going forward. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council. Under the new legislative framework, Amendments to the proposed 2026 budget will be accepted until December 2nd. If there are no amendments made to the budget will be deemed adopted on December 3rd. There will be no budget bylaw brought forward for final consideration. The budget will be deemed adopted. Should there be amendments made to the budget today or prior to December 3rd, we will then enter on December 3rd a 10-day veto period where the mayor can override veto any of the amendments made by council through resolution. If the veto is exercised, council then does have a 15-day period to override through a 2/3 vote of all of council that veto. I'm happy to take any questions on that process.
Thank you. And I just wanted to echo the comment there. So after today's discussions on any amendments, there is no vote whatsoever on the adoption of the budget, and there will not be a budget bylaw coming to council for adoption. Councillor Meadows, you had a question?
Yes, it's to the clerk. I'm kind of confused of this process a bit. The budget is being presented as a full budget, like one budget. Every other year, we've always had like the operating budget and the capital budget both segregated, because of the fact when doing an operating budget, you need the actuals to actually move forward with the budget to know what's actually going on in your operational end. I'm just wondering why we can't do. I've asked, and they said there's no reason why this council cannot proceed with splitting the capital and the operating budget. There's absolutely no reason why we can't do it. So is there any reason why it's done this way?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. Under the Municipal Act and the legislation does not distinguish between a operating and capital budget. It only speaks to a budget as a whole. So the capital portion and the operating portion are two components of a municipal budget, and thus the budget is being proposed to council for consideration.
Supplemental?
Follow-up, yes.
Because the question, I asked a question too as well, and it said yes, under the strong mayor powers in Ontario, the mayor has authority to prepare and propose the entire municipal budget, which naturally includes both the capital and operating components. The structure or format of the budget, i.e. whether presented as a combined or split document, is generally a matter of municipal flexibility in practice rather than specific power dedicated by the provincial legislation. I went ahead and asked the question, do you need actuals for creating a municipal budget? And the answer was yes, having the prior year's financial data is crucial for preparing a municipal budget to ensure accuracy and inform future financial decisions. The data serves as a starting point for the new budget, helping to accurately reflect historical receipts and expenditures and aligning the budget items with the municipal's goals. Now, as a councillor sitting here and seeing the overages that we've had in the past operating budgets, I'm just saying that we as a council should be adopting this type of a procedure. Yes, the budget has to be put forward, but we can also split it as the capital and operating. So I'm just curious why we can't do that.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go to the clerk for further explanation, but the intention was to provide a clear direction under legislation because there's a distinct windows of opportunity for the mayor to propose a budget, for council to make amendments, for the mayor to veto, and for council to override. So without muddying the waters of those timelines, it was determined that it was best course of action to present the full budget at one time. So starts the clock on a certain day. There's 30 days then for council to make amendments. We certainly could have two different meetings to do capital and operating, but the same timelines would apply. You'd only have 30 days to make amendments to the budget. So today, if we were dealing with the operational budget, and tomorrow was capital, you'd still only have the 30 days to make amendments, and then the other process of the veto and the override takes effect. So there's no way of putting the operating budget into another month is what I'm getting at. So there's certainly right that we could split the meetings to have a discussion on topic. Last year's meeting was fairly short. We dealt with, we had 2 meetings, of course, but they're both fairly short. And so it was felt that we could probably do this within a day of doing both the operating capital. So that's why they're there. And Madam Clerk, I'm not sure to the second part if you have any clarification, or to the treasurer to actuals. I believe the intention was to show a full year in comparison to this year's budget and not half a year. That was the intention. So maybe Mr. Anderchuk.
Through the chair to council. Yeah, the intention was to provide you with the 2024 actual, because that's a full year, based on when we were putting the budget book together. Providing 2025 actuals would be giving you an incomplete picture, because we were missing 3 months of actuals, and we do receive many invoices and make journal or adjustments to certain accounts well into February. So providing you the 2025 actuals wouldn't give you a complete picture. So the decision was made to provide 2024.
Supplemental to that.
So one more follow-up for yourself, Councilor Meadows, and then I'll go to the other members of council.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but here we're going into 2026. 2026 actuals, or 2025 actuals, you don't have yet, but you should have by the end of January. I mean, even if it goes into February, your actuals are going to be close enough that they're going to portray some sort of picture of what's going on within the organization as far as the operational. Where I have a problem is using 2024 actuals, which have absolutely no relativeness on this particular budget. You're showing 2024 actuals against a 2026 budget, and I'm sorry if it just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And going forward, without actuals, I can't make a decision on the operational end of this. We should know right now, because of the wastewater. I'll give you an example. The wastewater treatment plant, the operational portion of that, what it's going to cost for a wastewater treatment plant from October to October, because that's what's happened. We should be able to have those numbers and find out what the actual cost of running a wastewater treatment plant is for that development right at the moment. Because those actuals we don't have all that data yet. I just find it very difficult giving Aqua or any organization $500,000 or $600,000 for operational expenses on a wastewater treatment plant, because I don't know what the actuals are. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but it just doesn't make any sense. Without those numbers, we could be way over, and then again, all that money that we've taken from the taxpayer is going into a different area, and I don't like it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Meadows, and I can appreciate the concern. I think the wastewater point of view, we have a contract with Aqua that's fairly standard, so the pricing won't change too much on that contract itself, so that's in the budget. And we won't know the operational side of income fully, because there are still more homes that are being constructed in the Colgan community. And council didn't change the rates for water or wastewater at the last council meeting, so they are in the budget as what they would be expected to be for the wastewater services. So I saw Councilor O'Leary's hand first, and then I'll go around the table.
Through the chair, I think I don't think we can change this today, but a suggestion I have is we should consider changing our year end to say September. Therefore, it gives him finance department a chance, because you want your budget out before the new year in order to take advantage of the opportunities of getting jobs done cheaper and stuff like that. But also with actuals, my question would be to Mr. Inderchuk is if we took the monthly check, like the check writing, stuff like that, and added that up and say take the 10 months and compare it with the previous year's 10 months, if they're, you know, close, I mean, that should be, you know, a pretty good measuring stick. I don't know. Anyways.
Okay, so as to your point, Councillor O'Leary, we're not going to change it today. So we could certainly look at other options in the future. And I just wanted to comment that I believe the municipal act indicates what our fiscal year is for the township. So year to year is January 1 to December 31st. Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd just like to echo what Councillor Meadows said. I would prefer to see like actuals even year to date, right? What we've got to date, or push this meeting till maybe January, so we're only like 2 months missing, because it is very difficult to compare 2024 to 2026, and I think that it would be better for all council member, all on council, to see the actuals at least year to date, so we have like some sort of number, right? I don't like the 2024 number, but like I say, we obviously can't change that today, but I just think that it's would have definitely helped us out here.
Okay, thank you. So you certainly can move the meeting to the January if that's so be it. That's certainly council prerogative to discuss the budget. You'd review the budget more so than anything. But I think the actuals, again, stipulate with 2024 actuals being in the budget. That's how we, of course, did the 2025 budget. And now we're proposing the 2026 budget. So you get actually a 3-year window. And I believe that's a better way of looking at it, because you see what the 2024 actuals are, which supported the 2025 budget. And now we're talking about the 2026 budget. So, and as you notice, I think in the operating budget, there's not a huge change from department year over year. So the actuals really won't make a difference in those numbers. That's the take on it. But as I said, you're certainly welcome if you'd like to have your opportunity as a council to review the budget in January. That's certainly plausible. Deputy Mayor Loxley, comments? Okay, Councillor Borzos.
Thank you, through the chair. And I can only echo Councillor Meadows and all others' comments and sentiments about having to see the actuals for 25 or year to date would certainly be an exceptionally good help for us to decide how we're going to do this. But just to give you an example, my question was going to be towards the end of the meeting, I guess, about water and wastewater rates. I'm looking at the numbers here, and it does look like that although our users are increasing, i.e. Colgan, several hundred people came online, yet our revenues are decreasing. So how does that make any sense unless it's not being reflected proper, or well, it's not being reflected because we are dealing with budget numbers. We don't know exactly who came online or who didn't. Secondly, just like we were able to amend our blended rate because county's acceptance of their budget yesterday, what prevents us to do the same within a day or two for ourselves and just throw another column in there and then just do a quick query on Excel and pull up the numbers for actuals year to date. Granted, the December month is going to be missing and some of November will be missing, but then
October.
Why would October be missing? Why?
The budget was presented in November. So the document, like the actuals would have been to the end of September.
Okay, but then if you do a year-to-date actuals, then we would be able to capture till yesterday, which would give us the tax everything about property taxes as well, which were due in September or October, however it is, and even the commercial taxes. So I'm not saying to delay we're here, might as well discuss it, but it would certainly be beneficial to everybody dealing with this to see at least the year-to-date numbers and decide on that, which way we go. Plus, in my opinion, 2024, 23 and 24 were kind of like baby steps in the right direction. 25 was the real test as to what we accomplished and how we move forward with no tax increases and new users coming online. So, thank you.
Okay, any further comments on, I guess, the budget process? Okay. All right, so we're on to item 4, which is public comment. So are there any persons in the audience wishing to speak on the proposed 2026 budget? Okay. Now's your shot if you'd like to. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, did we receive any comments in writing?
Through to you, Your Worship, no, we've not received any written comments.
Okay. All right, so we're on to item 5 then. So it's staff report FIN 2025-013, 2026 proposed capital and operating budget. And before we begin, I am looking to get this motion on the floor. So I'll read the recommendation that the finance report FIN 2025-013 dated November 26, 2025 regarding the proposed, the 2026 proposed capital and operating budget be received. A mover, please, for that. Deputy Mayor Laux, Councillor O'Leary. Okay. All right, so I'll go to Mr. Anuchuk for initial comment on the budget process and his comments, please.
Thank you, through the chair to council. So I would just like to highlight, as the mayor indicated earlier, we came in with a 2.65% blended tax rate increase, and now that the county has passed their budget with a 3.5% increase, our blended increase, we're looking at 2.47%, and that would equate to, for a property assessed at $500,000, $107 annual increase in their for taxes only. I would also like to add that within the budget, the operating budget, the bulk of the increase is related to the COLA adjustment and the new staffing requests from staff for the 3 full-time positions and 1 part-time positions, as well as a decrease in our supplemental tax revenue of $160,000. I'd also like to add that our now we're at a 2.47% blended increase will probably be one of the lowest tax increases in Simcoe County. So we are, if we made no changes to the budget, we would be looking at an increase in the operating budget, tax levy increase of $722,000. I'd also like to add that when the budget book was produced and given to council, we did not know our OMPF funding amount for 2026. Normally, this would just be part of the funding in the operating budget funding. And had I known the amount that we were receiving, which is a $95,000 increase over last year, my recommendation, or I would have just increased the reserve. So we maintained a tax increase of 2.65%, which was below what was asked for by the mayor. Now that we've had confirmation that our funding for the OMPF operational grant funding is 95,000 increase over last year, my recommendation is we put it in the Parks Reserve, which is severely underfunded. If you did not make no changes whatsoever, that funding would just form part of our surplus at the end of the year. And when I come forward with a reserve fund policy, I will make suggestions on where the surplus should go. Fund both operational reserve funds as well as capital funds or capital reserves. And as indicated earlier, we are presenting this budget with over $4 million for 35 projects. And all those projects are funded from grants, reserves, reserve funds, and development charges, and has absolutely no impact on this operational budget and no impact on the tax increase. And any other questions?
All right, thank you. Any initial questions to Ms. Janachuk on the process here? All right, I've got Councillor Cox and then Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd just like to hear about the 95K going to the Parks Reserve, because yeah, as mentioned in the last council meeting, it's flatlined. And I've been pretty vocal about our parks in this township, so I'm glad we're actually starting to take a step in the right direction and put money in there to build it up for our youth that has to go to other municipalities to enjoy the amenities that they provide, because we don't.
Yep. Through the chair to the councillor. As I've indicated earlier, had I known we were receiving the funding was increasing, our OMPF funding was increasing prior to the budget, I would have naturally recommended or increased the funding to our Parks Reserve, which is underfunded. And as you know, there are many projects identified in the Parks Master Plan that will require funding in the future. So again, my recommendation, instead of using the funding for another project, including the funding in the operational budget and reducing the levy further, it is my recommendation that we include that funding in the operational budget and include a transfer to the Parks Reserve for future projects for parks.
Thank you. Councillor Meadows.
Yes, just on the stuff that was presented to council, this is the 2026 budget, and I didn't see any line for the $35 million grant that we got, and I never saw anything with regards to our debt line for the wastewater and water, like we asked for the last meeting that there's going to be a debt line there. With what we owe for our loans and stuff. So I was just curious on where that is in the budget.
All right, I'll go to the CAO on those two questions, if you may. So the first, the 35 million from the Ontario government, and then the second for the debt.
Thank you, through your worship, to the councillor, all of council. The $35 million is with regard to development. And so the development isn't in the operating or the capital budget. It goes towards the development of the project itself. That $35 million, even though we're still working with provincial government, there's been an announcement. We actually don't have that in our bank yet, too. And we are still determining the cost of all of the costing that would include within the actual project. So we're still working back and forth with the developer. And again, it would be 0% on the tax levy anyways, because it doesn't impact that levy at all.
The debt?
Oh, I'm sorry. And in the debt, maybe I'll turn to the treasurer, but on page 10 of the booklet that was provided, there are numbers with regard to our water and wastewater debt and our long-term financing with a couple projections there for 2026, and noting that full cost recovery are closer to full cost recovery for some of the debt retirement in the end of 2029. So some of that information is included in that package, and maybe I could turn it over to the treasurer for any additional information that was not included, but I believe it's all covered there.
Senator.
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Meadows. I'd just like to reiterate that we did include the long-term financing page. It included both our external debt, and we did a chart, a graph chart to show our internal loan as well as projections, projected what the internal loan would be in 25 and 26 for the end of 25 and the end of 26. And those projections are just that, they're projections. Colgan is not fully built out yet. When that happens, and we have more stable consumption data, I'll be able to provide better projections. I would like to further add, as far as the internal loan is concerned with water and wastewater, in 2029, the external loan that water pays for comes to an end, and that's a payment of approximately $385,000. And when that comes off, ignoring any other development happening, Water will be more, will be in the, we'll probably be in the black before then, but by that time, we will be making repayments back to the working fund for the payment of the internal loan.
Supplemental.
Yes, sir, you can follow up.
Last council, we wanted to see a line in there for transparency for the constituents of this township, for the taxpayers of this township. We wanted to see a line in there for the internal loan so we could see what's going in and out of that line item with regards to water and wastewater. And everybody thought it was fine. I remember talking about it, and it's not there. And I was quite disappointed not to see that line there, so that we can keep an eye on that line to see when it's going up, when it's going down, what's going in, what's going out of that account. So everybody here talked about it. That's not there. Anyways, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor
O'Leary, do you have your hand up earlier? Okay, all right. All right, any other questions on the process before we get into the capital budget? Okay. All right, so in the budget book, we will flip to the capital pages. There are 2 capital pages, and like I said, we will go through each division, and if there's any questions on a project in that division, we can pull those, and you can ask your questions. And if there are, again, any proposed amendments to this, again, we can deal with them at the time, and we'll go through each one. And again, that information has to be to the clerk so that we can prepare that motion, and everyone here is clear on what we would be voting on for an amendment to the budget. All right, so let's start with corporate services for department. We have 2 projects, 1 IT, 1 clerks. Any questions with regards to either of these projects? Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I'm just wondering the necessity of $27,000 of upgrades into the boardroom, East boardroom. We're going to have this room. We're going to have the upgrades done in the other room, which accumulated last year. I think it was $90,000 upgrade or something like that that we allotted to that. And now we're looking for top-notch upgrades to the East boardroom. How many boardrooms do we need in this municipality to upgrade? Plus, we have a command post as well that I think we did some upgrades to. Anyway, I'm just saying I think that's one project we could take off the board. I don't see the necessity of that type of technology needed.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the clerk for clarification on that project, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. This project is being proposed in the 2026 budget. Currently, when staff is having meetings in the East boardroom, if we do have any virtual participants, staff sit around 1 computer in the boardroom with the volume turned up so that we can facilitate that meeting. We don't have the technology available to us to efficiently do our jobs. For virtual meetings, for the budget process, when SMT was working on this, we were writing on a whiteboard and erasing it. We're having a smart board where we could track, put our budget ideas, collaborate, and facilitate those discussions for us. The technology that we are asking for in the East boardroom would just bring us up to modern day technology that's available across many workspaces.
Okay, thank you. And I might also add that does help us for our in-camera sessions because we often go into the boardroom, and that if anybody was coming in electronically from the council, we could use the boardroom and not displace residents in our council chambers. I had 2 hands. I have Councillor Borzos and then Councillor Cox.
Through the chair, thank you very much. I don't necessarily disagree with the upgrade proposal. However, I think the price tag is a little excessive for my liking. If we are looking for an area where we can have a large TV and some cameras installed for Teams meetings and even a smart board or whatever, I'm sure it's not $27,000. So I would love to have another look at this, or maybe staff can have another look at it just to cost it a little more or price it a little more competitively at some point.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the clerk on the item. maybe I was hesitant to put this in my remarks earlier, but this, as the clerk indicated, council has up till December 3rd to make amendments to the budget. There will be no opportunity for staff to prepare any supplemental reports back to council on any budget item. So if council would like to amend a project, you certainly are able to do that. But unless you have specific numbers that you would like to amend or know of what a costing of a project would be, there would be very limited time. Council could certainly petition a meeting if you wish to meet next week. You could certainly do that to further discussions. But for staff to come back with any additional reports or to defer this report, for example, today to another meeting, there won't be an opportunity to do that. Madam Clerk, just to comment on the project, I guess, continue.
Thank your worship, through to Councillor Borzos. So our IT technician, Mr. Hutt, has already secured 3 quotes for this project, and these are the funds required to complete this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kalamutu.
Thank you, worship. I just wanted to speak in generalities, if I may, with regard to the capital budget and processing. What SMT has done through their staff has gone out with regard to any of these capital projects, taking a look at it, what is needed, what to do it correctly, potentially get some pricing or ballpark pricing if we could, because we don't want to go into too many details with regard to moving over from purchasing or quoting. But again, for all of these projects, staff will obviously work our best to try to make them come in under budget as much as possible and still get to the terms of reference of that particular project to get it done. So just wanted to point that out with regard to all of these projects. Estimates have been provided or received from staff for the terms of reference of that project that they maybe verbally have done and sometimes in writing. But again, these are the costs that we see as the expertise is in our field, along with the expertise of the people that actually do the projects. Again, obviously, as we're currently working not just in the 2026 budget, but currently in the 2025 budget, if we can do it for less dollars, we absolutely will try to do that. So just wanted to point that out. And as we move forward, we also do have supplementary reports coming to council with regard to our capital budgets and where they are. And we do report back periodically to council, and hopefully we can provide some good news as we move forward in any of these capital projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've lost track. I had Councillor Cox.
Through the chair to the CEO, is this technology in any other boardroom in the township at the moment?
Mr. Kalamutu.
Through your worship, the technology that we're doing, we're currently upgrading. So right now there isn't, but as you know, through the 2025 budgets, we are looking at the EOC and some work to be done. There's going to be work being done here in council chambers. And again, as the clerk pointed out, huddling around one computer to have a virtual meeting is a little bit difficult. There also, we projected on the wall the other day to try to have something. And it is, if we have visitors, and this is what we have to do, it does not look positive on the township. So again, with regard to some of these updates, we're getting into the 21st century, I think, as the clerk mentioned, and it is this kind of technology, maybe to answer the question a little bit better, is common in other municipalities.
Yes, sir.
I had just to clarify, just wanted to understand that we don't have it here. I understand the need for it. It's across a lot of government organizations upgrading their boardrooms to smart board technology. Just for the costing thing, one of those smart boards about $5,000, and I understand that you're going to have it. If it's not staff doing it, that's where the 27 comes in, because you're going to have I'm sure you need comms drops, electrical moved, it mounted. Then when you're talking to a contractor, electrical contractor, the cost is going to increase when your smart board's $5,000 alone. I understand.
Okay. Councillor Simpson.
Yeah. Will we be making similar improvements at the EOC as well?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Simpson. So the EOC upgrades at this time does not include a whiteboard. There was no funding allocated for that. It will include the installation of a projector screen, increased Wi-Fi capability within that room. And I believe I'm missing one other element that's going in there, but it will not be, and the speakers will be integrated so that the sound from this room will be fully integrated into the EOC room, so it can act as an overflow for council meetings. It is not comparable to the technology that would be installed in the East Boardroom.
I too am concerned because that's a significant amount to be putting. I think typically when we do closed sessions, we ask people to leave and we hold the meeting right in this room. And, you know, this room is kitted out with all the extras that we need to make that happen. And I understand that staff would need certain technologies to do the work that they do. But I worry that is there that big of a difference by having to spend that $27,000? Like, we could just get in front of a computer and have a computer there where we can interact with people. Like, how big of an improvement does this make to staff in the work that staff are doing? I'm not quite clear on that.
Okay, who would want to answer that one? CO?
Through Your Worship, as somebody who has upgraded rooms before, again, it was pre-COVID, so I just wanted to point that out, but it is around the similar cost. I have done it for an EOC that was done in Newmarket in my previous life. The cost was higher than this. It was a bigger room, but this is about the same for square footage of that what we have behind us here. Noting that, as previously stated, we all have to kind of go around one screen. The audio is not very great on particular computers. Visual to see. The smart board itself has come down in price to approximately the $5,000, as Councillor mentioned. They are out of Toronto, so it is a local purchase with regard to that. And the efficiencies that are had, for somebody who has used the smart board before, I'll give you an example. As we look at drawings and we want to get drawings out, say, into the field, it is literally drawing on the board, hitting one button, and it's can be dispensed to a multitude of people in a multitude of programs and a multitude of documents. So it just makes those kind of efficiencies available, and it just creates a smoother flow of communication and information to a variety of people, whether it be the public, whether it be internal, or whether it be external, as we're speaking with, say, our consultants, as an example. And so that flow of information, and not having to print something out, not having to go back at the desk and use more hours to do it after the meeting, again, creates some efficiencies there. So with regard to the costing and with regard to the actual kind of technology, we do expect some efficiencies. I hope that answers the
Okay, and I might also add that we were using this room here for a meeting, and these TVs are not compatible with Zoom or the system. So we were trying to get onto that. So we actually had to use a laptop then. So again, the option here is to make sure that we have technology that can be utilized fully for staff and council for meetings.
Sorry,
Councillor Simpson?
if you could clarify, you said the TVs are not.
So this technology and
Zoom?
this technology in council chambers, at the time, we couldn't get Zoom working on the system. So we had to use
an HDMI port.
Okay, I'm not going to get into specifics. What I'm saying is, I think the need is there.
Okay.
Is what I'm getting at.
All right.
It doesn't matter. I don't think it really matters. Okay. Any other questions on this item? Okay. Any other items with the corporate services? Second one. All right, seeing none, we're going to go on to the engineering and public works section. So there are divisions, of course, there. So let's start with parks. There's 4 projects in parks. Any questions or concerns or items that you'd like to address here? Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm just going to make a statement saying that the Loretto Park is like a brand spanking new park. And I don't know why we're sinking another $100,000 into it when you got two, and then say this not just because it's my ward. All right, I'd say this is in the south, in the center, anywhere. Two of the oldest parks in the township are in Lyle and Glencairn. They weren't scored appropriately on our parks master plan. We have equipment at Ross Houston that I believe is from 1980. We're doing nothing but a brand new park in Loretto. Let's splash them with the $100,000. Come on. To me, it doesn't make sense. Like if you're systematically supposed to approach the parks in a way that looks at the infrastructure and life cycle replacement, you'd be hitting Glencairn and Ross Houston immediately. But there's crickets. And additionally, when these projects are being developed or going to be proposed in the budget, we don't hear anything about it we only get 1 month to make recommendations on a new project, which takes months to plan. And we're given like, oh, by the way, this is what we're proposed to do with our parks this year. It's not really, all the work that staff put into it. I think when it comes to matters like this, that like a heads up when the idea comes and someone says, hey, we're going to put 2 pickleball courts out there. What do you guys think? Right? Rather than just a month into it to propose a new project in a capital budget. I agree. Maybe it'd be a great thing for Loretto, and I'm not knocking Loretto. I'm just saying 2 of the oldest parks in the township are in the north and they're falling apart. Look at the one in Glencairn. We don't even have a plan for that one. I'd sooner put money into developing a plan for the one that's completely falling apart, rusting, old fence is rusted. It's just, I feel bad for the youth in those areas. So I know Glencairn's getting one a piece in their other park, but that still leaves the other one, and it still leaves the Lyle Ball Diamond with the ball diamonds from 1980. That park equipment's been manufactured. Then that's why I don't agree with the Parks Master Plan either. That's all I'd like to say.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to comment, and I'll go to Mr. Moments for other comments, but we did endorse the Parks Master Plan, and the Parks Master Plan gave us some recommendations, and some of the recommendations were pickleball courts. So I don't think it's out of left field that we've have projects that are coming from the master plan to supplement the budget. I would concur that we need to develop plans for addressing our infrastructure and our playgrounds. To that, though, I would say we can't do everything in 1 year, and we certainly have to look at things systematically. And I think, as to Mr. Anderchuk's point about putting more money into the Parks Reserve, that would allow us to each year look at a park particularly and update that park so that we're not piecemealing everywhere, but looking at the needs of the community. Mr. Ramos, would you like to comment on the pickleball court?
Yeah, part of the reason that it was picked Loretto was just location, a nice flat area to have it. The 2 parks in Glencairn are very small, so if you put a pickleball court in it, it removes the play area for the majority of the area. That was one of the reasons why it wasn't even thought of up that way, just geographic location and stuff.
Okay, so back to Councillor Cox for follow-up.
Yeah, the follow-up is don't confuse what I'm saying. It's the fact that it's not the pickleball court. It's the $100,000 going into a brand new park. There's a lot of things listed in that Parks Master Plan, and to say why I don't agree with it is when it came to Glencairn, it was like, let's talk with the residents. We had a thing that was good, but we paid for them to give us recommendations. We paid for them to score our parks and identified it at the time. The 2 of the oldest parks aren't even scored appropriately. They should have been top of the list. Top of the list. We have 2 park locations that I have no idea how parks in Everett, parks in Loretto, parks can surpass 2 of the oldest parks in the township. That infrastructure is at life cycle replacement. You know, we went to the Irwin Park, last council replaced equipment that was pretty much, how old was that, Scott, just to clarify? 2013?
The original stuff was 2007 or 8, probably.
2007 and 8 compared to 1980. Like this here is what doesn't make sense. Doesn't. Pumping all the money into the high vote area, like Loretto, Everett. So they sit there and put a brand new park and replace good park equipment, but you overlook a park from 1980, or I don't even know how old the one in Glencairn is, that one little one beside the residential lot. Like, how old's that one? Want to go back even further than 80? Yet it's not scored appropriately? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Anybody that has, like, look at it, it's falling apart. Like, look after our youth, and that's it. It's just $100,000. I agree it's a flat spot, and the noise, it makes sense to put one there. 100%. Makes sense if you're going to put a pickleball court. Loretto's got a great, nice flat spot. I don't like the money going there when there's other opportunities. You know, Lyle and Glencairn both have half court basketball. $100,000 could have put, extended both basketball courts to have a full court, which then in turn could create a bigger skating rink. You get two uses, but instead we're just going to put one use as a pickleball in Loretto that has a brand new park. I don't know where the rationale or the thinking is there, but I get it's a spot, but it's when you look at the infrastructure and the need, the $100,000 can go to further uses than where it's going. I agree with the Everett though. Everett, I agree. They should have more amenities there. The only suggestion I'd have is potentially, I don't know if we should centralize our sporting activities to maybe the Ball Diamond areas. That's just when it comes to Everett.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Borzos and Deputy Mayor Locks.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I understand what Councillor Cox is talking about. However, I don't think we should turn this into any kind of election discussion here about higher votes and lower votes and whatnot. Moving on from that, I think the rationale regarding putting a pickleball court in Loretto and one in Everett is to sort of look at the township holistically and say that, okay, we need to sort of start developing both south and north to an equal matter. So I think that's where some of the suggestions came from. I'm personally a big supporter of this whole pickleball situation, not because it's new, but simply because it can be enjoyed by young, old, middle-aged, anybody who comes around can do it. Now, down in Loretto, Colgan is nearby, the Hockley is nearby, Loretto is there, so we have the park, yes, but that's where it stops. In the north, we have parks or parkettes in Everett, we have parks and parkettes in Glencairn and Lyle. Granted, they not be so new. However, my question is, where were we when that park master plan came out and we didn't like the scoring? Why did we not? Well, we should have said something at that point, but I think instead of just looking at the faults, trying to look for solution. If we approve this, well, the budget, if we approve, we don't approve anything. The mayor did the budget. So the budget is that it's 110 for each court. This is just a budget. That doesn't actually mean that we have a contractor who's going to ask us for 110,000 each. So my logic is that if we find a better price point and we have savings, then I would be the first one to second Councillor Cox's motion to move money, if possible, over to Glencairn and put some new equipment in there. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Locks.
Thank you through the chair. I just have a slight disagreement in your comment on, we only had X amount of days to do this. You had the whole year to do this. If you didn't like what was happening in your ward when it comes to parks and whatever, the process starts from the last budget where discussions come and go, this is what I would like for my ward. So I'm just in a disagreement that you only had 20 days to figure out something to go on. You didn't. You had all year to figure out what was going on. If you didn't like the amount of money allotted to Parks and Rec in your ward, it should have started on day one after of the following budget, and dealing with Mr. Wilmot's on saying, what would it take to do this? I know we did that day where people came out and see what they wanted. I'm just in disagreement with the fact I only just got to go start from November 3rd and figure out what was going on. Yeah, ideally you had all year. You had all year to get more what you wanted for your ward is my only, I don't care if it's pickleball court or if it's a spaceship launching pad. I'm just saying, you're complaining about the fact that you're not getting what you wanted in your ward. This is work that should have been done throughout the whole year, discussions with staff and working towards, I don't think we're getting enough here. Can we try to figure something out to get more for my area? And I'm not trying to get in a pissing match here. I'm just explaining, you had the whole year to try to figure this out.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councillor Cox.
Through the chair, thank you for letting me speak here. You're right. I did have the whole year, and I believe every single time that parks are brought up, I was very vocal about Glencairn. And when you asked, and to Councillor Borzos, the question is, where was I? Where's everyone else on when we adopted that parks master plan? Because I said at that time, I said, listen, everyone liked it, but it was not done properly for scoring our infrastructure. And I was very, very vocal about it. It's recorded. You go back and watch it if you want. And I only, like, I just don't understand here is that when projects are like proposed, I get Glencairn's getting looked after, getting some park. It's really good, and I appreciate that, right? But when I say a month, it's at the two major projects of 2 pickleball courts or funding going there. We didn't know about that. Did anyone here know that this was happening in Loretto? You knew about it like all year? I don't know when the Loretto one was proposed, but like that's when I found out about it. Like I say, I agree there should be a pickleball court there. I'm just saying, I don't think we're putting our money in the areas that need it the most. And I've said that all year. And I can say it louder, but I've been saying it all year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair. Just for the record, I was aware that there were conversations happening about pickleball courts. I know people were talking about it. People were having the conversations after the budget last year, as Deputy Mayor said. And those conversations went further and changes were made. Another thing was with regard to the other project for picnic tables in parks throughout the township. That was a conversation we had last year. That was a conversation we had throughout the year with staff about concerns about having additional infrastructure at our existing parks. And we see that on the budget this year. I don't see that as a problem. I think, you know, providing amenities to our residents is a good thing. And you know, if it's a pickleball court, it's a pickleball court. I think we need to grow the range of services that the municipality offers to the residents. You know, I look at that and I see we're putting money into Haley Park in the south. We're putting money into the park in Decker Street Park in Everett. And this year we're also putting money into Glencairn Park. A lot of the monies are being allocated to the north. You know, and we need to put the money where the need is, and that's certainly there, and we recognize the need in Glencairn. I believe you were referencing one of the parks that is in bad shape, that does need funding, and perhaps we need to allocate more funds to there in the future. Just a quick question to Mr. Wilmot. With regard to the pickleball courts, is there an opportunity for multi-use for those pads that are going to be laid? Perhaps they can be utilized for hockey and during the winters?
Bullets?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, there is option. Mansfield, they have a multi-use course there. It's a pickleball court as well as tennis court. It's just a matter of the net sizes, and if you're going to make it big enough for hockey, it costs more money. It's just, you know, the bigger footprint itself. So, you know, this is priced out for the footprint for a pickleball court. If you start to expand it for bigger basketball court or whatever, you could put basketball nets up and have half courts or whatever. There's not a problem with that. on that. So this is, based on the footprint for the pickleball itself.
I think there's some agreement in council that, if we can have further utility from these structures that we create, that perhaps that might be better for the long term. So if we are putting something like a pickleball court that's, essentially utilized in the summers, then if we can also have further utility from that in the winters by using it as an ice pad or something like that, there would be a lot of benefit to residents, right? And I know we have in Everett people who do use and make a pad in the winter for skating. So if we can do something like that, I think that would be really good.
Mr. Wantz?
Yeah, through the chair. The pad up in Everett is a basketball court, and we have temporary boards that we put around it, and then we put the liner in it. The same thing could be done on the other pickleball court in Everett or the one in Loretto or wherever it is. So as long as you have a flat, smooth surface to work off of, you can just do temporary boards, which are only 6 inches high, just enough to hold the water.
Excellent, thank you. We don't have any ice skating in the south. So if we have something like this that makes it easier for that to happen, I certainly welcome it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, do you want to comment?
Your worship, again, I'm going to speak in generalities with regard to process here, and hopefully it'll help for not just this particular capital project, but capital projects in general. With regard to studies, whether they be the DC study, the roads needs study, water wastewater master plan, parks master plan, etc., that is a snapshot in time. And as staff, we don't hold those particular studies as be all and end all for our particular direction. What we do often is go and take a look at our own internal expertise every year. For example, on a roads needs study, we would go out to the operators of the roads themselves and to ensure that either the roads needs study is still within tracking of which roads that they recommend, or maybe there's a switch. If there's a soft spring and something happens to one of those particular roads, we may have to pivot. And staff take a look at it at least on an annual basis, if not more often, in any of these studies and any of these recommendations. So as we gain the expertise that council will be speaking to with regard to parks as we gain those expertise, we rely on those expertise. We rely on those internal expertise as the snapshot in time for that particular year. And as things change, we will bring forward to council things that may not necessarily be exactly as those original studies say. They may be tweaked because of what's happening in the real world. So with regard to, as we put together the capital budget and even the operating budget, we use our internal expertise to ensure that we are on the right track, and that track may differ from some of those previous studies. However, we will always try to provide that justification. So I just wanted to point out what the process is as we move forward with all of the studies, moving into capital and moving into operating. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, so we're still on parks. Any other questions with the other three items? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I just want to comment on the dilemma that Mr. Cox has, and I do fully back what he is saying. If we have two parks that are from 1989 that haven't been revitalized, I think that should be top priority of staff to look into this. Maybe look into some grant funding coming down the turnpike for parks and that. Get a plan together and do. That's exactly what they did with Loretto. Loretto needed the updates. They went in and we got a grant for Loretto, and it did a great job. So I would direct staff to possibly look into that. I totally agree with you, Adam. There's no way that we should have, and they should have been higher on the list. And you have mentioned that. And you've mentioned that since you sat in that chair from the first time you came here. So I've noticed it, and I'm sure a lot of other councillors have noticed your backing of the parks in your ward as well. So it shouldn't go unnoticed, and I think we as a body should be directing staff to look into the parks in Glencairn. If they're in that bad a shape, then they should be at the top part of the list for any revitalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments with regards to the 4 park projects? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next division, which is Public Works. So there are several projects under Public Works. Any items that wish to be discussed? Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I was kind of taken back by one of the Public Works, the resurfacing of the 30th Side Road in Adjala from Industrial Parkway up to the 7th concession. I'm just wondering why we are paying for, through taxes, our tax, for another municipality's road. If somebody can please update me on that, please.
Mr. Wilmots, if you like.
Yeah, but through the chair to Mr. Meadows, I did a quick look, and it's a boundary. There's no boundary road agreement with New Tech and Adj-Tos. There is a maintenance agreement on 30 Side Road. They maintain it and plow the snow in the wintertime. We maintain it in the summertime. Saying that, now, if you normally, a boundary road agreement is split 50-50. They look after 50% of the road, we look after 50% of the road. The amount of road that New Tech looks after, without that short 2.5 or 0.25 kilometers along 30 Side Road, they look after 9.1 kilometers of the boundary road between us and them. Our boundary road, which is from Highway 9 up to Colgan and then on up to County Road 1, as well as this 0.25 that I added in, we look after 8.9 kilometers. So it's a pretty close split of what we're doing. They've resurfaced the town line between Alliston and County Road 1, and they haven't asked us for any money. And that's a boundary road. Theoretically, we own 50% of it. And how it's split is north and south. So if you take the total kilometers of road that they look after and the total kilometers of road that we look after, we're up on them by 0.3 or 0.2 of a kilometer.
Supplemental.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's nice that they've done that for us. I have no complaints about that, but the thing is too, part of the town line also is under their jurisdiction because of the fact that did they not annex part of that land off of us?
Sorry, which part of the town line are you referring to?
Well, the part that they've paved, they own a large section of that land along there, do they not?
They own, yeah, basically from the jog to the north up to 89 Highway. But that's also the same as in Toss, the north side of it too. There was the old original boundary lines and stuff. So if you just take the roads that they look after and the road that we look after lengthwise, it's equal.
Well, I'm just saying we're going to be paving. We're going to be putting a certain amount of pavement into, they're getting DC charges from that development that's going in there on the corner. So they're getting paid by the developer to work on that road. I know about this road because there was the developer came to us a while back saying that the road hasn't been surveyed properly, and part of the road is on the property of his development or something like that. Like there was some issues with the survey of that particular road. So I'm concerned that we're going to be paving this road and then all of a sudden we're going to be annexed that portion where they've started the development. The developer is going to come in and annex part, or township New Tech is going to try and annex that. And then we've put all this money into that road and we're getting nothing in return. like this road is costing us $222,000 to do, and it's questionable on number one, who owns it, whether the road is in the right place. So are we going to have to survey this? Are we going to have to do more to it than what meets the eye here? Or is it all going to be written off in another few years? So I'd rather see that money going into another project with the same value within our own municipality at this time. Not only that, when a lot of the damage on that road was done by a big, we call it Murphy's Mountain, that was put there a while back, where all these fill trucks came in along the 30th and damaged our roads, and yet we got nothing in return for that. So that's where a lot of that damage has occurred. So that was part of our problem. So anyways, I'm just saying, like, I'd rather see it go somewhere else. It doesn't make sense to put it there right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Owens, just to confirm, so this is an east-west road, westerly into our municipality. So we would own a good chunk of that road, regardless of it being boundary line or not, because it's going west and east, not north and south. And then second of all, we're not going up to the limits of New Tecumseh, I believe. We're going to go up to where they ended their pavement. So we're not going right up to Industrial Parkway for paving. Can you confirm just those details?
Through the chair, we going up to the apron of it, basically at Gibson's Park there is where we'll be stopping there, where the road actually makes the little jog to the north. So the part that Councilor Meadows is talking about is between 300 and 400 meters long. That becomes a boundary road. 30 side road is 100% owned by Adjala-Tos until you get to the part way up the hill at the jog there. And from there to 30 side road, it becomes a boundary road because of the, I guess they expropriated or annexed or whatever the land there. So there's a short chunk in there that is classified as a boundary road because it's, the two boundaries are side by side.
Okay, thank you. But most of the road is ours.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
100%.
Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, I'd like to echo the comments by Councillor Meadows. I mean, I like New Tech as much as anybody else, and I think they're great neighbors for us. But they have annexed the northern portion of that road all the way to the curve before. Well, almost half of the roads that are being proposed to be paved here from that portion seems like they'll be having developments just to the north, and they're certainly collecting development charges for that. And I, as much as I like New Tech, I think New Tech can handle itself, and they can pay for the improvements that need to happen on their side. Certainly in the maps that I've seen with regard to the subdivisions and with regard to their own internal maps in New Tech, they've identified those roads as being part of their municipality and their responsibility. I'd hate to take on work to improve their roads. Have we had preliminary conversations with New Tech with regard to the proposal?
Mr. Wilmots?
Through the chair, no, we have not, because I considered that was a boundary road, and it was our section that we looked after because of the amount that's taken over. Like basically it's a 50-50 split of all the road, which is same as what we have with Mono and same as what we have with Mulmer. They look after 50%, we look after 50%, and 100% on it, with the exception of some bridges and stuff that was put in the boundary road agreement.
Then perhaps maybe we can put this project on hold for now, because I think there needs to be a conversation with New Tech on whether this should be one of the roads that we include in the boundary roads agreement. Certainly because it is on the boundary, and they are most definitely going to be putting a subdivision right abutting the road. And with those improvements, there's going to be increased traffic. There's going to be a lot more improvements that perhaps they have in their planning that they want to make. And so I fear that if we go ahead and make this change, well, it's just going to be overturned, next year when they say, okay, well, the subdivision's coming in and we're going to work with the developer and improve that entire section because it suits their needs. And we will have wasted $200,000. So I'd rather not be in that situation.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Ron, Councillor O'Leary, and then Councillor Cox.
Through the chair, I just want to bring it to the attention of council that in the previous term, under Mayor Pinto, the developer, Rizzardo Brothers, came to the township and they want to cut that hill down completely and level it out. And they proposed at that time that they would do all the rebuilding of the road, ditching, water, erosion, everything. So I'm of the same thought pattern as everybody else here that maybe we should put it on hold, because if the demand for houses comes faster or whatever, maybe in 2 years from now, they'll want to cut that down and we've dumped money into it. Or we only go from where the road starts to turn and rise, go from there to the 7th. I don't know. It's that's something that staff can determine. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, I second what other my fellow councillors are saying. I think this project should be shelved. Maybe just wait them out. I think it's a great suggestion. If we are going to shelf it, I would suggest maybe doing $200,000 worth of patchworks. Like keep like the 4th concession's brutal. Lots of. Okay, can't. Anyways, so just making a suggestion. We're going to spend it anyways. But yeah, I think we should just shelve it. Personally, just wait them out.
Okay. Any other questions with regards to this project? Okay, seeing none. Any other items on public works that council would like to speak to? Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair. So we've identified concession 2 north of Highway 9. We're spending about $120,000 for 300 meters north. In reviewing the budget from last year and the expenditure and that we did in fact spend, we had allocated 1.7 million for 4 roads. And that contract was given to Lisbon Paving. And when the tender went out, the tender was for 1,160,000, I believe. So there is a substantial savings that the municipality had with regard to the roadworks. So in my estimation, to the tune of about 500,000, which in previous years have just gone back to the working fund or back into the reserves from which they were anticipated to be taken out. Because we have this surplus now, and in previous years, we've had about $1 million in surplus every year. We've been putting 1.6 million into the reserves. We've got a $1 million surplus on the capital budget, and typically we also see $1 million surplus, over $1 million on the operating budget. So we have been putting substantial sums into reserves. That said, I think it presents us with an opportunity where perhaps we can spend a little bit more on our infrastructure. So seeing that we have potentially up to $500,000 in reserves, I would like that amount to be utilized in this year's budget in some way for our roads infrastructure. So to that end, because we're doing concession 2 for 300 meters, there is a cost to muster. There is a cost to bring equipment out. And I think that's being noted here because typically 1 kilometer stretch is about $90,000. So my recommendation with regard to this project is perhaps to take it all the way to 5 Side Road, and then that entire stretch is complete. Now, I did have a preliminary conversation with Mr. Wilmets, and perhaps Mr. Wilmets, you could give some clarity or guidance with regard to that. Do you think it would be feasible to just, because we're already looking at this project, that we could just complete it all the way to 5 Side Road, and then that stretch of road is complete and we don't need to go back to it? Or is there any possibility for, that work to be complete? If you could.
Mr. Wilmets, before I just go to you, I just wanted to just get some clarification. You'd mentioned in your comments that there was a surplus in the capital reserves. So, but I don't believe that was rightly worded, because there can't be a surplus in capital reserves. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Not a surplus in capital reserves. It's that in the previous year's budget, we allocated 1.7 million.
So there was an allocation.
There was an
Okay, thank
allocation,
you.
and then that allocation was not fully utilized. We had a tender that came in at one.
I get that. I'm just clarifying. I want to
I'm
make sure
just
that there is
clarifying as
no
well.
clarification, that there is no, you can't have a surplus in a capital reserve.
So I'm just clarifying that,
Yeah, so you're talking.
we
about-
allocated a certain number. We came
allocation,
in well
yes.
below the budget, which suggests that there is a surplus or monies allocated or available to for future projects.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Mr. Wilmets?
We, every road, second line would be a perfect road to resurface, but there's 2 roads within the township that are critically worse than that one road is. One is 10 Side Road of Adjala between the 3rd line and the 4th, and the other one is 5 Side Road of Toss between the 2nd line and the 3rd. Both of those roads are falling apart. They're in terrible shape. That's the easiest way to put it. Where the 2nd line is in reasonably good shape, other than a few small areas. So it would be a waste of taxpayers' dollars to redo that road and have 2 other roads totally fall apart on you. That would be my opinion. If they're going to do any other roads, they look at other ones other than the 2nd line.
Okay, you've identified 2 roads. Do you have a preliminary estimate of what that might cost?
Between 220 and 310,000, depending on the road, which one it was. So you're looking at about, say, realistically 320,000 to do either one of the roads.
Okay, thank you. Is there, and I just want to gauge the appetite for council. Perhaps there's, an interest in making sure that we allocate more funds towards road projects. Perhaps you can all comment on that. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. We can certainly look at those comments, but I want to stick to the topics that are on the projects on the agenda first. So I have Councillor Cox next.
Yeah, through the chair. In reference to this conversation, if those roads are in such dire repair, why don't we not tar and chip the 3rd and pave both of those sections of road? Because that's like, it's 621,000 if you say about 300 apiece. We should be able to do both of those really dire needs areas rather than putting tar and chip down on the 3rd.
So to answer that question, I had multiple councillors ask for the concession road 3 tar and chip.
Okay, it's just a suggestion. Or we add more projects.
Councillor O'Leary?
Through the chair, I just want to make Councillor Cox aware of that the 3rd line has been postponed for approximately 4 years, and it was shovel ready to be paved 4 years ago. And we've constantly put it on hold, and every year we put it on hold, the maintenance is getting worse and worse and worse, and and with constant complaints from residents because of all the potholes and everything.
Okay, thank you. On the same topic or others? All right, so I've got Councillor Meadows and then Councillor Borzos.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. O'Leary said. We had already put in all the new culverts and everything for the third concession years ago. So it's all ready to go. We wanted to get the maintenance done on that all the way through. So that's the reason why the third, and like Ron said, it's been put on hold, put on hold, put on hold. So now it's time to do. Thanks.
Okay, same. Sorry, you said yours was on a different topic? Okay. So, okay, all right, if you hold tight. All right, so Councillor Cox, follow up?
Through the chair, yeah, that's very, very valuable information. Thank you for that. My suggestion would, why don't we pave it then? And too much, I think it's like an extra 200,000, was it, on top of the? Same.
I'm sure Mr. Wilmus can find a data number for if that section of road was paved.
Yeah, through the chair, approximately $210,000 difference between tar and chip and pavement for that section of road.
Right, but to your earlier point, that could pave another road of need.
Pardon?
That could pave another road of need to your earlier point,
Yeah.
via either 5 or 10 side road.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, follow up. I'm going to Councillor Simpson next. It's your opportunity to speak. You had it earlier. I had you on my list. Okay. All right. So back to Councillor Coxon.
Follow up is for 210,000. Like if those we could, I think you should just pave it if all the culverts are already done, and we're gonna put the money into tar and chip. Like I don't know. I just think that it'd be better for us just to pave it for an extra 210 when you're already spending 621, right? That's just my opinion.
Okay.
Get another paved road.
Councillor Meadows.
Through your worship, I've sat here on council, and when we did the fourth concession, they quoted us something like 400,000, or was about 400,000 for per kilometer of road, wasn't it, Ron? Is that correct?
That was reconstruction.
Well, would still have to. I still can't see it being from the 20th side road to Highway 89 is going to be $200,000 more. That's it for pavement? Wow. I'm shocked. No, I really am, because I'm going by stuff that we did as a council, even reconstruction. I mean, it was just extra gravel that was put on the road. So what do you have per kilometer to pave a road, Mr. Wilmets? What is it per kilometer to pave a road? Right?
So it'd be an 800, it'd be 670. It'd be an $860,000, $850,000 project to pave that road. Yes.
I agree. If that's all it's going to cost, then we might as well put the 200,000 and get it paved.
Apparently we got more hands.
I'm just floored. I'm floored.
Chris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe either myself or probably somebody better, such as Director Wilmets, may be able to explain the difference between a re and the chip and tar and the asphalting. So depending on what is needed with regard to the road and certain assumptions made, as we move ahead with the chip and tar or pavement, we may not do work to the base of the road with regard to that. So it would. So if it's thinking that, or if any member of the public is thinking that it is more like a re-and-re, it is not. It's more of a cover for asphalt or for chip and tar. When you do the re-and-re, the replacement itself, you go down into the base of the road itself to ensure that that is stabilized, and that's why those costs are much more when you do what we call a re-and-re. As you do just a surface treatment, it is exactly as it sounds, just the surface itself, whether that be chip and tar or pavement, but it could potentially fail earlier, usually fails earlier than a full re-and-re. And that's the difference in the cost, and that's the difference in the lifespan of the asset itself. And so as we move forward with our asset management, we would obviously change those as we change the project itself. And maybe Mr. Wilmans can dive a little bit deeper or give a better explanation than I just did.
Sure. Before I go to Mr. Wilmans, I just want to acknowledge here, though, I believe the project was proposed on the budget for tar and chip for a reason. Like there could have been a suggestion for paving, but I believe to that point of the CEO's comments, we could have to do a bit more base work to pave. And then the other aspect is to my opinion anyways, we have to maximize our dollars. And there might be 20, 25 residents on that road. It's a class 3 road that probably might even be class 4 road that has limited traffic. So to spend almost $1 million on a road that has 20 individuals on it, and I'm not saying they're any lesser than any other individual, but if we're trying to maximize our dollars across the township for projects, simply saying we're going to pave a road just to say we have another paved road, I'm not sure if is the opportune time to do that. I think if there's an opportunity that there is additional funding available, then certainly look at paving the additional road. But to change the scope, the reason it was proposed was to eliminate a gravel surface, so we didn't have calcium gravel or maintenance on a road for, again, the limited number of homes that are on the road. Mr. Wilmans, if you would like to comment on either that or on the construction aspect of between paving and or tar and chip.
Yeah, I just kind of pulled out the numbers here. Why it's a little different than a normal R&R, like if we're resurfacing 30 Side Road here or whatever, we don't have the cost of pulverizing and pre-grading and stuff when you're doing it. That road is gravel now, so it's just strictly the cost of laying the asphalt down or the cost of laying the surface treatment down. And it's for a kilometer of surface treatment, it's $70,000, and for a kilometer of asphalt, it's basically 84,000. Is the difference in the actual cost of the material itself.
Yep. Thank you. All right, so Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, my question is to Mr. Wilmans. Now, it's the road has been reconditioned with like new culverts, ditching, and everything like that. So, in my opinion, we're still not guaranteed that we have a good surface to deal with, right? So if we chip and tar it, my understanding is we add another 6 inches of aggregate on top and put tar and mix on top of that.
Through the chair, no. That road was re-graveled with 6 inches of maintenance gravel last year. So it has a good running surface on it now. So looking forward, it's a good road because we don't have to put the extra gravel on it because it was covered under the maintenance last year. It was on the yearly rotation. It came up for gravel. So that road was re-graveled with maintenance gravel, which is what would be needed for construction. So theoretically, we just have to tar and chip it. If we're doing asphalt, there's a little bit more work needs to be done. We have to cut the grass shoulders off to get everything in. With tar and chip is like wallpaper. whatever's on the road it gets covered. So you grade it up nice and smooth, nice and level, and it gets covered. Tar and chip lasts well. The fourth line is a prime example from 25 Side Road up there. It has lasted really well. It's been 5, and it's getting to the point where it possibly, not in 2026, but in 2027, another layer of tar and chip on it, or another option, which they did years ago, was on the tar and chips. If they got past the point of no return, they went to HL2 modified, and they only put like 30 mils on. So it's half the amount of what we're putting on now. And it gives you a new profile, nice new road, and it's lasted really well over the years.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is tar and chip gives us an idea of building a road better in the future. Is what I'm hearing. All right. Any other questions with regards to that project? Okay, Councilor Orzo had to step out. He had one other project he wanted to speak to, I believe, but I'll go to others. Any other public work items that for discussion? Councilor Meadows?
I just have a couple questions. Sorry, the 700,000 and the 140,000 in the new sidewalk machine and the maintenance and storage buildings, that's all coming out of DC charges, is that correct?
That's, I believe it's 100% funded from DCs.
Okay. That building, is that, what's the square footage of that building? Supplemental. Is there going to be, like, is the building going to have, like, do we own the land for that, number one? And number two, is there going to be like an offices in there? Is there going to be like washrooms and that in there? Is there like what's, like, I haven't seen anything on this building, so I'm just curious.
So, and just to clarify, again, that's why it's on project, because it's design and build. This is $700,000 to capture everything for that project.
So there could be overages on this project.
I wouldn't expect so. I'd go to, I would think Mr. Kalamutu could comment on that, but the DCs are generous in that file, I think.
Mr. Mayor took the words right out of my mouth. It is a generous budget with the file. I don't expect going over at all. Again, we have to maximize, we would maximize the use of those funds. And again, it would have to be related to the project itself. And we won't be able to use development charges money for anything additional. It would have to be used specifically for that project. Now, what that project looks like, as the mayor noted, it is to be determined. It is 100% DCable, so it's 100% paid for by the development charges through the developers. No cost to the taxpayers. And again, in this one, we would try to maximize the use of those funds, but not go over.
Okay, it's just supplemental to that. When this came forward, I don't remember seeing the storage building on the DC charges bylaw when it came forward to, and the snow equipment machinery and stuff like that. So I'm not quite sure on.
Yep.
Oh, I just don't remember seeing it. That's all. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
To the chair, just for information with regards to building buildings like this, I have a friend of mine who just completed a project. The building's 40 by 80. There is no washroom or office area. There's a mezzanine in it, and his budget for it was $230,000. Now, mind you, it is like there's just a concrete base that comes up about a foot above grade, and then it's timber from there on.
Councillor Simpson and Councillor Cox.
Through the chair, where's the proposed location? I know we had a previous conversation, Mr. CAO. Is there any preliminary locations identified at this time?
Mr. CO.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, this particular piece of equipment and the housing for it is for the sidewalk snow clearing in Colgan, so it would be in the Colgan area. There are a multitude of areas that we could take a look at, especially with this particular budget, but we want to ensure that the process of clearing sidewalks is efficient and the efficient use of the operating dollars. So as we move forward with the design and build, we'll make sure that it is in a particular area that we can use that more efficiently and effectively. There are a number of options, but it also depends on how big the storage area would be. But there are a few options within the area of Colgan to do so. But again, that will be determined through our design build process.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments that I have. I think we have an opportunity here to make maximum utility of the funds that are allocated, not just for what we're trying to do, but also to increase the level of service and utility for residents in that area as well. So one area that I see that there is a possibility is the lands between the water tower and the subdivision. Those are lands which I'm aware will be transferred to the municipality upon completion of the subdivision. And those are lands that could be utilized for parks. And there's a substantial amount of land there. And if we were to put something in that corridor that perhaps allows for parking and utility of that area, I think that would be wonderful, and I think the residents would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I had Councillor Cox next. Okay, I think we're ready to move on, so go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I would just like to bring attention to the traffic calming devices. And I like to see that we're going to be installing more of those. I think from what I've seen in as a pilot project in Lyle, they've been well received by all my constituents. Hopefully we can put a couple of these on Webster Road, since the other devices did not have any success. But yeah, I'd just like to see it. I'm glad we're moving forward with some traffic calming devices.
Thank you. All right, so I'll go to Councillor Borzos if you had your other, yes, Public Works items.
Increase the budget.
Item.
Through the chair, I'm looking for a little bit of information or clarification or suggest whatever, anything on a couple of items. One of them is 20th Side Road in Toss. This road seems, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what we mean by resurfacing or reconstructing, or what did we put here? Resurfacing. Are we talking about extending the paved area towards concession 4, or just resurfacing the existing one? Because based on what I see, this is in a better shape than concession 6 north of 5th Side Road, or yeah, 5th Side Road. So,
Mr. Olmos?
It was brought to my attention, and at different times of the year, it looks fine, but then it'll just blow up and explode into massive potholes. So it's at the point now is a quick R&R will save that chunk of asphalt for. That was why it was put forward.
okay, I guess, yeah, thank you. I accept that, but
I might also add, I think it's a fairly short section, so like the 6 would be longer. So if you're trying to maximize dollars, I think that's the
true. I just, as I actually requested.
And that also services a subdivision. road. Like there's the subdivision actually comes in off.
I understand there's about 5 houses to the north of it, or 6 homes to the north, and then there's 2 David Drive and another road that goes in there. So I get that, but concession 6, I think, is significantly and considerably busier, and it will be a lot worse as time goes on with the new subdivisions coming at play. But maybe that's a project for another year.
Yeah, we're trying to utilize the funds, and 6 line would only been able to do, 500 meters of it type thing. So that's why we're utilizing our funds to the best ability.
So with that, I'd just like to put the 6th concession on our radar for future, very near future. And if I may supplement to our second item, I just wanted to ask a little more clarification about this, what is this, the storage building, maintenance and storage building in Colgan for almost $750,000. I mean, I don't know.
You missed that conversation.
Okay, sorry. Well, if I did, then my apologies. I'll catch up at it later. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. You certainly have that conversation offline with Chris or with John, for sure. All right, so Councillor Meadows next.
Yeah, I have just one question with John Wilmots. The Ontario government is coming out with programs, apparently with the traffic calming devices and stuff like that. Do we have any grants, or is there any grant monies that are available for that we can add on to that for extra on top of this $10,000 for like places like the Colgan, like the Catholic school in Colgan and around that area? We really need something in some of these areas to start slowing down these the traffic in these areas. So I'm just asking.
Through the chair, we're always looking for grants, and if they're out there, we grab them as fast as we can to utilize the taxpayers' dollars. And
Mr. Ford, stated that he was
in, then it definitely would be added onto it.
Yeah, because the Ford government stated that they were coming out with the programs to do that. So I just hope that we're on their list.
Yeah, we'll be watching for it.
Yeah, so it's certainly staff's intention, from what I've heard, that legislation looking at what's available, and then they put a list together to submit to the province for some of those funds. Absolutely. Yeah. Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, with regard to this project, the traffic calming devices, where would this project be done this year? Because based on the amount of funding that I'm seeing here, I don't imagine it's going to go to too many places.
Mr. Wilmots?
Through the chair, it's last year's was a test project, and it proved that roads aren't all equal, and what works on one road won't work on another. And there's other methods out there, painting, narrowing line paintings and stuff like that. Doesn't cost a lot of money, but it's also a calming device. So we're looking at possibly doing multiple different ones. We're over almost extending the test project to really find out what works for the township, because every township and every road is different.
Thank you. One of my concerns, and one of the concerns that I hear often from residents, is in the Colgan area, especially with regard to the school. There is a concern that there is speeding on concession 8 in the roads leading into the St. James. And so it would be my desire to see that we do make some improvements along that stretch to make it safer for residents and for the young kids that are walking to school. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any other public work items? Sorry, I forgot. Deputy Mayor Laux.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick one with the replacement of the plow truck. What happens with the old truck? Does it go off to auction? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want it?
All right, so let's move on to the public works aspects for water. Are there any items for discussion under water? I have Councillor Simpson and Councillor Meadows. Water.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is something that I've raised time and time again with regard to our budgeting process and the use of grant funding for water and wastewater. And while I think there is some utility to utilizing grant funding, I think the problem with utilizing grant funding is that it doesn't give residents and it doesn't give us a true idea of the support that the municipality is contributing to water and wastewater. So where every year on operations, we come short of what water and wastewater needs, and municipal supports and taxpayer dollars go to bridging that gap, there isn't a full understanding of how much money is going from grants towards water and wastewater. And I think if residents were aware of that, they may not be so happy or amenable with all the supports that we're giving to water and wastewater. This year, I think based on the numbers that I'm seeing here, we're looking at around $300,000 going to water and wastewater, which potentially should be operational needs. And we're putting it in our capital budget so that it can meet the requirement for the grants. And I think that is problematic because that is for the users of that system to pay for. And when it goes through grants, we also have no opportunity for cost recovery at a future date. We've heard earlier today, the treasurer note that in 2029, water and wastewater will be in a position to start repaying the internal loan of, I believe it's currently at $5 million. Is that right?
Through the chair to Councillor Simpson, the internal loan at the end of 2024 was $5.1 million.
So, and I recall a conversation in 2024 when we were working on that budget that I was speaking off the cuff. I didn't have the exact numbers, but I said we would be over $5 million in that fiscal year. So in 2025, potentially, we're going to be at 5.5 million. And at the end of 2026, we're going to be at around $6 million that water and wastewater will owe to the municipality. With the supports that we are giving, I think it's a mistake to continue providing grant funding as the source for capital improvements to the water and wastewater systems. I think that it should continue to be an internal loan that can be recoverable at a later date. And especially if water and wastewater is going to be in a position to start repaying that internal loan in 2029, we need to make sure that for the benefit of the tax base and the taxpayers in the rural areas, because ultimately it's the rural areas that have paid to support the residents who are on water and wastewater. And it's not fair to residents in the rural areas to continue to not get any benefit when water and wastewater is self-sufficient. And we are going to get into a position where water and wastewater will be self-sufficient in a few years. With the growth in Colgan, with the growth in Everett, it is anticipated that we will have surpluses that will be able to repay those amounts. So in my opinion, I think we should not be utilizing grants, that the funding should come from other sources, perhaps the working funds, where we are putting about $2.6 million every year. So I'd like to see the funding coming out of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had Councillor Metals next for water and wastewater.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to a few items on here, the first three is the Colgan development. And I'm just wondering why we're using grant money for that with regards to the water and wastewater. Shouldn't that be priced out through the developer as they're responsible for the development going forward? The development isn't fully done yet. And as far as I know, we haven't assumed the water system yet. So why are we being responsible for ultraviolet treatment unit, spare parts, actuator replacement, and well inspections? I mean, that should all be borne on the developer, not on us.
I'll go to the CIO first, but just to clarify, and I'm just looking for clarification too. This is on our existing Colgan waste water treatment plant down near 5 Side Road. Okay, thank you. I'll go this. Okay, I'll defer to Mr. Wilmotson for this.
Yeah, this is maintenance on the existing system. It has nothing to those ones you're talking about. The well inspection, that's the inspection of the well itself. And it has to be done every 3 or 4 years. I'm not sure, whatever. And the other ones, it's our maintenance on the existing system. That's these first 3 or 4 items are on.
Supplemental. That existing system though is partially bore on the new development. They built that whole new infrastructure to go in there.
But the well itself was initially the same one. They didn't do anything up into the system. They put the water tower for the development, but
and they put the ultraviolet system in.
For that, or is that just, I'm
no,
not
the
sure
ultraviolet system was put in for that development. It was upgraded. As far as the well inspection, that has to be done all the time. We had to change the perimeters of the well inspection because we added more houses onto that. So as far as I know, I don't understand why we're not going after the developer for some of these costs coming back. You know, they're partially hooked up to that well system. They never paid into that well system, so anything that's going forward to upgrade it or whatever, they should have to pay for it.
Okay, Mr. CEO.
Your worship, as they are spare parts, as they are replacements, as they are inspections, it is a capital projects that are replacements. So anything that was new or anything that was failing or would fail until assumption, that is on the purse of the developer. However, as we move forward with regard to the operating and the needs for operating, there would be some capital requests with regard to needing and maintaining those pieces of equipment. And so the spare parts are, if one of these particular parts fail, we have it there on the shelf. We don't have to shut down. We can minimize our risk, minimize our time of shutdown, et cetera, so that the spare parts would be there. As a definition of spare parts, it is over and above the original capital of the plant. With regard to the actuator replacement, basically it's the same thing, same argument. It is a replacement once those pieces of equipment have finished their useful life with regard to normal wear and tear. So again, would not be part of the capital project. The original pieces are in there and have been paid for by the developer. The well inspections, although they do happen, it's not every year, it's not every other year, it's approximately every 5 years. So staff decided to put that onto the capital cost as opposed to the operating cost because it is not as, it's not a continuous, it's not every year. If it was an every year, it would more than likely be on the operating costs. So usually capital, there is a beginning and an end to those, and that's why they're on the capital. If it's ongoing maintenance, they go into the operating. However, again, with the inspections, because it's only once every 5 years, we decided to put it onto the capital as opposed to having it a little bit every year and then just carrying it over for 4 years at a time. Hopefully that provides some explanation of why it's not, because the original pieces of equipment and the appurtenances have been paid for by the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow up, Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I'm just curious though, like if we haven't assumed that well yet, or the development yet, why are we paying the full price of all the costs when you got, what is it, 600 new homes on that well system? So we wouldn't have to replace the actuators. We wouldn't have to do all this other work if we didn't have that development added on to our water system. So going forward, because we haven't assumed it, they should be paying a portion of it maybe not the full amount, but at least a portion of the costs. Now we have to do more wellhead inspections because of the fact we have more units on there. All this should have been in the subdivision agreement. So I'm just wondering why we are paying as taxpayers indirectly through the OCIF grant, why we're paying for this when it should be a portion of it caught by the developer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, to the councilor and all of council, any system that we accept with regard to normal wear and tear, we are responsible for. That is how it is in every single municipality. The developer is responsible for the first capital project of it and installing. Anything that is normal wear and tear under the normal operations is part of the municipal accountability for that, for those particular. However, if there is premature wear and tear as we move through from acceptance to assumption, that is when we do go back to the developer and ask them to replace that particular appurtenances because it is because it's premature degradation. So then we would go back. Under these particular projects, especially the first two, it would be under normal wear and tear. So for example, if there was calcium buildup in the pipe, even though we haven't assumed it, we would go and take out that calcium. It's under the normal wear and tear because it wouldn't be the fault, I guess, of the developer, because that's under the normal aspects of the operating it. So that happens in every municipality. And again, this is when these pieces of appurtenance, when they finish their useful life, we do have a spare so that, again, we reduce the downtime and other inconveniences to the public that may happen because of that.
Okay, thank you. Other questions on water? All right, seeing none there, we're going to go into Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, I did want to ask about the water meter replacement project that we have been doing for the last several years. I see that in this budget, we're only allocating 11,000, whereas in previous budgets, we had allocated over 45,000. Could we get an update on which areas have been completed and which areas are yet to have those changes done?
Through the chair to Councillor Simpson, I'd be happy to, at a later date, just bring an update in terms of where we're at. The funding that we're asking for this year, because it is a multi-year project. Some of the work that was, or the budget that was allocated in the previous year hasn't been spent yet. So we're doing this in phases.
Okay,
But
sorry, you're saying that it hasn't been spent?
We haven't done all the work that was intended to be funded with the allocation for 2025 has not been spent. So this is the additional amount of money that we need to carry out the work plan for 2026, which includes some work from 2025 that hasn't been completed yet. But we would be happy to say, here's what we've completed, here's what needs to be completed.
So if I might, so you're using the 40,000 from last year,
There's still unspent funds. from
adding another,
work that hasn't been
adding
completed.
another 11 this year, and now you have 51,000 to carry out the works this year.
Correct.
So through the chair, have the works and the allocations from 2023, 2024 been spent?
Yeah, the previously approved in the prior years, yes, but the work plan hasn't been the work plan isn't completed for 2025 yet. So there's unspent money for 2025, and we're only requiring 11,000 because there's only so much work that can get done. We're not trying to do it all at once. We're doing it gradually in phases.
So I guess I just want to confirm again here, I think provide some clarity. So this is a multi-year project. So the money that's allocated doesn't go away from the project. So if we allocate 45,000 or 40,000 in the last 3 years and another 11 this year, that's your total budget. So you can use that money for any given year this year to fund. So that money hasn't gone anywhere, right? So that project's multi-year. We continually use that dollar value to replace meters. If I've got that. All right, thank you.
Through the chair. So the reason I asked this question is we all understand the utility and why we did this project. I think we got a report as council that there was significant loss of water in our systems. And if memory serves me right, I think Loretto had the most at about 44%, something like that. Yeah. And I know that there were other systems in Everett that, had 30% losses. And we were seeing this across the board. And so there was some urgency to kind of figure out what was the cause of this. Is it the water meters? Perhaps they're not registering appropriately. So Colgan was upgraded. Loretto's been upgraded. And it's my understanding that the South has gotten all new water meters. So, the residents there are being charged the right amounts and everything like that. I just hate that, we're in a position where perhaps we're not accounting for it appropriately throughout the township in a fair manner. It's possible that there may be pockets, older homes that may have failing systems that we haven't accounted for. And I'd like to see this rolled out to the whole municipality if it hasn't already been, and I think we need to prioritize getting it out. So perhaps we can get that report at a future date so that we can see holistically what are the updated variances in the water system. So if there is losses on different systems, that perhaps we can account for that. And if there are additional changes that need to be made with regard to water meter replacements, that those happen sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Okay, so the previous work plan could come to council as to what's been done. So staff can provide an update on that. That's what you're asking.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions with regards to water? All right, so we're moving on to fire services. So there are a few projects here. Any questions with regards to the capital projects for fire? Okay. And then the next item is finance. There's a software program for the budget, which Brent has patiently been waiting for years. Any questions with regards to that software? Okay, so that's the main list of capital. It's 11:09 right now, so I'm going to recess the meeting for 15 minutes for a bio break, and then we'll come back and finish off capital. So it's 11:09, and I'll recess the meeting. All right, so I'll reconvene the special council meeting at 11:26. So we did finish the capital budget list. So before I go on to the operating budget, which will be next, any further questions, comments on the 2026 capital budget? Anyone? Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, I'd like to put some amendments on the floor for consideration by council. We had spoken about a few items, so I think we can consider them individually, perhaps.
Absolutely. So you did miss my introduction this morning as well, that I was expecting everything to be in writing. So I need them in writing on the screen for council to fully understand what the amendments are. So if you have them, we can get them.
Okay.
To the clerk.
The first amendment I would like to put on the floor is to pause the resurfacing of 30th Side Road, Adjala, the east half, pending a conversation with New Tech and the developer on that stretch.
Okay, so I don't know if we need to go into great details, so you just want to cancel that project.
Cancel that project at this time, pending a conversation with, cancel it? Okay, yeah, cancel it.
Madam Clerk, are we able to capture that? Okay, so that I have that, I'm assuming you're moving that amendment?
I'm moving it.
And is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Borzos? Okay. So we do take items of concern or discussion on this one, and I'll just start with saying that I believe the road, as much as it may go into New Tecumseh, is in desperate need of being repaved. And then my concern is if we don't do that next year, that road will be a considerable issue. And I'm going to look to Mr. Womitz. I'm not sure if you'd have the traffic numbers handy, but I believe that was a 1,500 or 1,700 vehicle a day road on 30 Side Road.
Sorry, I stepped out. I didn't, what road?
30 Side Road.
30 Side Road? Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure if you'd have those details. Anyways, I'm just concerned of if we have a major road that's being used by our residents and potentially, of course, New Tech residents, not paving that road's going to be a severe impact. Everybody in this room travels that road, I'm assuming. It's going to be a severe impact on that road next year. You can see the amount of asphalt patching on that road. We're probably spending a $2,000 a week on that road and patching. So.
Yeah, through the chair, just to clarify earlier on, Mr. Simpson or Councillor Simpson said it was like $200,000 waste. Over half of that is 100% our road. It's not the whole road is a boundary road. It's just the very last section. So it's.
Okay. So those are my comments on it. I think it's something that we need to keep in the budget because it's going to be the #1 complaint to this Public Works Department next year. Any other comments or questions with regards to the project? Councillor or Deputy Mayor Laux?
Thank you through the chair. So do you have any sort of numbers of what we're spending right now to maintain that road, or a guesstimate? No.
No, I could get that though, because we do it as with work orders and stuff. So we do track how much work is done on that road, but I don't have it with me right now.
Okay. Any further questions or comments on this item? All right. So, sorry, do you have a question? Councillor Borzos?
Just, I guess a question or suggestion or offering for considerations. If we are going to cancel this, and can we take this freed up funding and apply it to concession 6 north of Fifth Road or something? I mean, that's probably a much worse shape than this guy is. At least the first half a kilometer of it.
So amendments are going to be dealt with individually, so.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, so the recommendation's on screen. Everyone's clear? All in favor of the recommendation? Sorry, is your hand up, Ron? Yeah. Okay, so that's carried. All right, so item that's removed from the budget.
Okay.
Councillor Simpson, further?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. I would like to put forward an additional amendment that Mr. Wilmot's had identified 2 additional roads. I believe it was concession or side road 10 and side road 5. So one project in the north, one project in the south. Roads that are in dire need of additional assistance. Perhaps we can allocate funding from the working funds for those 2 projects in this budget.
Thank you. I need an amendment from you, please.
That the budget be amended to complete, sorry, could you give me the stretches?
It's concession road 5 from 2 to 3 and concession road 10.
Sorry,
Side road. And side road 10 from 2 to 3? 3 to 4.
So 10, 3 to 4. And 5, 2 to 3.
At a cost of? Mr. Simpson, I'm looking to you.
I believe it's 500,000 for 2 projects.
So you're allocating $500,000 to do 2 sections of road?
Correct.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I'll wait for that.
If I may ask a clarification question, is there a funding source for this project?
You said working funds?
Working funds.
Sorry, may I ask an additional?
You certainly may.
Thank you. Are we tar and chipping, paving? What works are being completed to these roads?
I was resurfacing.
Resurfacing. And if I may, we did just cancel one of the projects, which was from the CCBF grant. So I think the funds from that could come from the grant as well as the working funds. Both, because it's the amount that got canceled, I believe, was 222,000.
I'll look to Councillor Simpson to look at that. Okay. Do you have a mover for that or a seconder for that? Councillor O'Leary? Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Locks?
Thank you through the chair. The only concern I have was doing all this stuff on the fly. We had all this time to figure this out. Or is that funding, like I said, I'll ask it through works. Is the funding going to be enough if we come up short? All of a sudden, do these projects not happen? Like, and I agree, we need to fix the roads here. My concern is, like, we had so much time before this meeting to discuss all these things and whether a road was right or not, and we didn't. And now we do it in the 11th hour, and I have a concern with that to make sure that this is going to actually work the way that is anticipated to work.
So,
Mr. Wilmot, or-
yeah, sure.
I don't know.
I'm going to
That's
go,
my only concern.
again, it's a bit of a different process for all of us, right? So I'm going to look to Ms. Reed for some insight. If a project was underfunded, for example, would it proceed or would it not proceed? If it was if the budget was amended by council, like, is there a process for that to come back to council, or, like, I know I'm putting you on the spot here, sorry, so.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to council. So under the legislative framework, in-year amendments to the budget can only be made by the mayor. That would then trigger an amendment period for council, similar to the initial budget being proposed. So theoretically, if a capital project was to be proposed in the budget and was underfunded, staff would need to approach the mayor and request for additional funding and for an amendment to be made to the budget. And then that would be subject to amendments by council.
All right, Councillor, sorry, yes, yep.
Supplementary, this will not have any tax levy impact, obviously. That's correct, right?
Mr. Andershaw?
Correct. We are using funds from the reserves or grants, and they have no impact on the taxpayer, the tax levy.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor O'Leary?
Yeah, through the chair. If this is not satisfactory to everybody on council, I would maybe suggest that we take and do one either or, the 10th or the 5th, replacing 30 Side Road with either one of them. And depending upon the confirmation of our tenders that we submitted and received back, if it's possibly affordable, then we include the second section of road if feasible. I don't know if that's possible, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in black and white that we're going to do both. We can do one for sure and possibly two.
Okay, I understand, but the motion is saying we do two. You certainly could. Councillor Meadows was next.
Yeah, I understand that we've taken the one off the board. Okay. I would rather staff come back to the mayor with a suggestion on what we can do with what roads, like what are the priority roads in the township. It could be in the north. Right now, we've got everything allocated in the south. I would rather have the roads that are needed to be done in certain areas. We have a roads plan that needs to be done. What's that? They're both in it.
I need clarification.
Yeah, but where? Well, I got the map here if you want to have a look at it.
Sorry, so, and the motion itself?
Yeah,
Yes, we, all
like
right.
I just want it to be clear because Side Road 10 could be in Adjara, it could be in Dawes.
Well, and you don't know whether we have, what I'm getting at is I don't know whether the the works have been done for those roads to be complete? Like, are all the culverts done, the ditching done, and everything else like that for those roads to be paved? You know what I mean? Like, I don't
Well, and I
know.
believe the county was replacing the culvert on 10, but I don't think that's in that section, but they are replacing the culvert next year too.
Through the chair, yeah, but that's the box culvert on 10 Side Road, just east of the 4th line
Okay,
where the bump is. That's the county structure. But I think it's 10 years out before they actually want to replace it. We're not going that far. We maybe go up just to the edge of it, but we won't be going paving over it or anything.
there's no other culverts or that on the 10th?
No.
So it's a clean
Yeah,
pave.
there's some driveway culverts that need to be addressed, maybe possibly adjusted, but that's
That's what I mean. Like, are we gonna have to do all that work to those roads? Like, I'd rather do roads that are completed, ready to go than, and I don't know what those roads are at this moment,
See that 10 Side Road was a county road at one time.
right?
And it is, the platform is the width we need in there. It's
Okay.
grown over in grass and stuff. Just a little bit of shoulder maintenance and edging that needs to be done. And then pulverize and pave. Basically what we did to the 3rd line up in Toss, or what we did for the town line on the bottom end. It's minimal maintenance that we have to do to be ready to pave those 2 chunks of road.
Okay, then I'd be fine with that one. What about the second though? Has the second been, all the culverts been done, cross culverts and everything on that road? Have they been done to, or sorry, the 5 Side Road?
Yeah, again, there's a bridge in there and there's a couple of cross culverts that, there's 2 bridges on that road actually, and a couple of culverts, but they're all in good shape.
They're all in good shape? Okay. I just want to make sure because I don't know, I want to work with you, not
Right,
against
yeah.
you. You know what I mean? Like, if you're fine with that decision that's up there, then I don't see why we can't
It's
do it.
and it's 10 Side Road of Adjala and 5 Side Road of Tosorontio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can we have that in, because yeah, I was under the
I'll go back.
impression,
I'll go back to the mover and secondary. Are you guys comfortable with that?
Yes.
yeah, because okay, because like the deputy mayor, I thought it was the 5th Side Road of, anyway, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the motion? Councillor Simpson?
Just through the chair to the deputy mayor. I understand that you noted that it was last minute. This is the process we have, and I think we're just, going through the process as best as we can and making the changes that we need to make sure that we see more road projects come forward. And part of it also was in previous years, whenever we do road projects, I have seen like when we were talking about the town line, for example, going all the way up to Hockley because the road there is heavily alligated, that it's in bad shape. Concession 2, which we're doing right now, is also heavily alligated and in bad shape all the way going north. So there is a lot of areas in our township that certainly need that, additional monies, if you will. And so I just see this as an opportunity that we can kind of bridge that gap a little bit and take steps to address the infrastructure issues that we do have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to address the procedure part of this. And the deputy mayor was not wrong. It's been communicated to all members of council for the last 3 weeks that amendments should be prepared in accordance with staff and not brought to the meeting today to discuss on the fly. Because I think, as I noted in my comments earlier at the start of the meeting, if there's clarification required, if there's funding sources required, if there's culverts needing replaced, if there's a budget item that may affect another item down the road, we don't know that right now. And it's unfair to put staff on the spot to bring that information to us, because what if that project then does go over budget? What if there's something that happens in year? It doesn't look like council's making a mistake. It looked like staff made a mistake, but they're the ones aren't proposing this. It's we are. So I want to make sure that any amendments that we are putting on the floor today are were vetted. And unfortunately, again, putting this on here is not vetting the process. So the other concern I have just with this one is, again, understanding we do have monies in our working fund reserve. I was cognizant with staff through this whole process as well, when they were putting together the budget items, that they put the budget item that they could handle, that there was enough items on the budget that they could handle, that we weren't biting off more than we could chew, that we weren't utilizing funds that were going to be wasted in the future. So I think that's the other caution that I would give today is, if we had the amendments ahead of time and they were vetted, I'm happy with that. My concern is that some of these projects may not happen because they can't happen, even though council puts them in the budget. That's just the concern there. So, all right, any other questions with regards to this motion? All right, so it's been by Councillor Simpson, second by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor of that amendment? And that is carried. Any other amendments from anyone? I've got Councillor Cox.
Yeah, as I sent it to the clerk so it could be in writing. I'd like to amend that we use $60K from the working fund to procure a composite pump track for the Lyle Memorial Park, similar to the one New Tecumseh has in their park, which I believe you said was about $60K they bought, the larger one.
Again, the conversation with you and me yesterday, I have no idea what that costs.
So, and it's one of those things, if it's just you buy it and then just install it. And if it comes in over budget, well, the money stays in the reserves. I don't think it would be pump track. Kids with their bikes, just all momentum. Haven't seen those like black pump tracks. They got them in ESSA. They have a New Tecumseh. The constituents reach out to me for them. Kids go on with their bikes, and it's not, you don't pedal on them. It's got hills and turns. I think all parks are use at your own risk, right? Because anyone can get hurt on a municipal. I'll just fall off the monkey bars. They could fall off a slide. Right, so that's my amendment, just to make sure we, disseminate.
We'll wait for the clerk to get that up then as well. You said 60 or 65?
I said 60.
Thank you.
We can make it 65.
No, I thought I wrote it down right. I didn't know. Okay, Councillor Cox, is that wording suitable? Okay, and do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Meadows? Comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Locks?
Yes, thank you through the chair. No offense. Once again, on the fly, we're doing this stuff. Number one, do we have room for it? Number two, is there a base that needs to be put down? What does that entail? Do we actually have a quote for a price for this thing, which we obviously don't? I just have a problem when we do all this stuff on the fly and we don't really know what the true numbers are. I have no reservations with giving the kids more things to do and to play with, but I'm not just gonna, whenever I understand what you're trying to achieve here, but I'm not gonna go online myself and go, oh, it says it's 40 grand and blah, 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 and away we go. I have no idea what it would take. Councillor Meadows doesn't even know what one of these things is. It's like, how do we just put 60 grand aside to figure out, oh yeah, we're just gonna do this. I believe this all should have been discussed prior to. So, anyway, so that's my 2 cents. And
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna
No,
go.
no offense.
I'm going to go to staff on this one, just to the CIO for comment. Again, council has the right to put amendments on the floor, so I'm not looking for staff to talk them out of it, but certainly the concerns of maybe what could happen for projects.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regard to what I've said previously, as anything that staff put on for the capital budget and obviously some of the operating budget too, we often do our background homework. We get potentially quotes. We talk to potential bidders. And so we're fairly comfortable, even if it's a consultant that we may talk to, as an example, to get some understanding of what costs may be. In these particular cases, we have not done so at this time to go and do our due diligence. So again, I don't think we can say as comfortable as we normally would, or as the other projects would be, exactly how much it would cost and what it entails. To the deputy mayor's point, we'd have to see what the surfaces are that are required, especially since we've never done a pump track as an example, or any projects that we haven't done before. We would just, again, need some expertise to go and to speak to. For projects that we have done, or that we do have internal expertise, like Mr. Wilmot's, that's slightly easier. I know he has a little calculator that he uses through spreadsheets to determine certain costs. Again, usually you would want to, as we say, run the road first to get an understanding of the environment and what's needed. And Councillor Meadows points out, as an example, some of the stormwater stuff, things. So do we have a complete methodology of doing that and a comfort level? I would say that we would have a less, as it is tabled today, without doing that homework, quote unquote. But again, as I said again before, we do our best to try and do what we can with regard to efficiencies and come in within the budget. So again, not knowing it, the projects sound like they're within the ballpark. However, again, additional work may need to be reviewed for more specific numbers.
Sure. Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'll go back to the mover then, Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, just quick online shopping here, and you can get one of those pump tracks, and it comes to, it's 27,000 euro, to Canadian is 43,983 and 81 cents before our applicable taxes. So just for cost estimating, I think we're in the ballpark.
Okay. All right, thank you. I've had several hands up, so I'm going to go to Councillor Borzos because he spoke on this, Councillor Meadows, and then Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to make sure that we don't undershoot here. I was just quickly pulling up neighboring communities. Collingwood, Ontario opens new pump track, $150,000. But I mean, I just want to make sure that there is enough money in it, and if it's really something that is.
Okay, so you can have the concern on the dollar value. Okay, Councillor Meadows, Councillor Simpson. After that.
Yeah, I had no idea what this is. I totally agree that the parks up your way need some funding. I agree with it in principle, but the way it's written right now, we don't have. I guess I'm listening to everybody, and we don't have all the funding and layout and that. But what we could do is we could amend this. Instead of having composite pump track, adding capital project to initiation of funding up to $60,000 for the Lyle Memorial Park from the working fund for upgrades to the park. I think that fits everything. Like we could work out something with the works department, additional equipment or something like that could go up into that park, and I think that would work as well. Whether it's a pump track, I think it was just something you thought would be good for the kids, but at least have that funding there for the park. up in your area. And I would fully support that. I really would, because I know that a lot of the parks up there are in bad need of some extra stuff. So I don't know if you would be willing to amend that for that. That would satisfy everybody on the council, I believe, and we can move forward.
Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, I am okay with that. I think that maybe putting a broad spectrum is a little bit more beneficial. And just for clarification to Councillor Borges, the one in Collingwood is actually a paved pump track. You know, it has asphalt and it's fairly big. That's the cost. You could say the product list here on this on the ones that they actually have a project in Angus referenced on their site, and that's a cost for one of them was 43,000. But I do agree with Councillor Meadows' friendly amendment.
Okay.
Right, to just broad range it and in hopes to get a pump track, but let's say it wasn't possible, then we could look at some other amenities.
You're going to have to give that suggestion to the clerk then for update to the
Through the chair, to the clerk, would you be able to please update the amendment to the budget to target it as a special project rather than specifying exactly what it is?
You happy with that amendment to your amendment? Okay. That's already in the main. It's in the main motion. Councillor Simpson, anything further on this one? Just on the amendment itself?
Yeah, I'm okay with the amendment. I just wanted to note, I think the parks up in the north, they need some work, and that's something that we all acknowledge, and we'd like to see that money's being allocated there. One concern about composite pump track. When New Tech was proceeding with it, I was approached by a couple of councillors from New Tech about whether our municipality had a similar interest with regard to it, because they wanted to move it, because it's composite and they can move it, it's modular. They wanted to see if there was an interest that we would host one, every so often in the summer or whatever. And at the time, we were not in a position to say yes or present that to council. But then there was also the concern of, is it going to have the same utilization in our parks? So there was that concern. So I do want to, just think about that. But I think I am in favor of putting infrastructure in our parks. If it is modular, I'd like to see that also rotated throughout the municipality if possible as well. And perhaps Mr. Wilmets, if you could answer, is that something that Public Works would be able to facilitate?
Through the mayor, would have to look at it, the actual, sometimes those tracks have to be installed or certified by an installer, like some of your playground equipment and stuff. Township could install it, but it's not legal unless it's inspected or installed by a registered installer. I'm not sure what the requirements for the bump track would be.
Through the chair, just I guess with the amendments being what it is, would that facilitate a modular pump track that could be moved around the municipality in the future?
So again, I'm believing the wording of this motion would to go to park equipment, and that would be left up to staff as to determining what equipment would be needed, and that could include a composite pump track.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any further questions on the motion? Councillor Borzos?
Just a quick comment regarding Councillor Simpson's request about moving them around. I don't necessarily think that's a good idea, because once kids get used to it, what do you do? In July, you have it in Adjala. In June, you have it in Colgan. In November, you have it in Everett. That's kind of, I don't necessarily think that that's a good idea. The pump track itself is, but not by moving it around.
That's what they're doing in New Tech. They're moving it around.
That doesn't make it the right decision just because New Tech does it. I think it's a dumb decision, actually. But anyways, that's just my opinion.
And to my knowledge, New Tech has not moved it since they put it into the Riverdale Park. So it's still sitting there. And they have offered, I've certainly talked to some of their council members as well, and we could certainly, I think actually staff might have even suggested that as well. There's an option to borrow that on occasion, but we would be paying the cost to relocate. All right, so I had Councillor O'Leary just on the amendment.
Through the chair, I would just like to acknowledge the fact that when we did the new swing sets for the other parks recently, like the one in Lyle, the one in Everett, they had to be installed by a certified corporation in order to meet our insurance regulations. And this is another component that would be part of a parks recreation facility. And I can't see our staff being able to move it around. I think in order to be under the proper codes and everything to do with our insurance, that we would have to have a certified entity move it around. And then it's going to cost so much additional that it's not worthwhile.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so on that, we have the amendment on the floor for this item. So I've got that. The amendment has not been moved yet. So I've got that moved by Councillor Cox and seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? That is carried. Okay, so we're back to the main motion that the amendment would be, I'm trying to remember off here, but I'll wait for the clerk to get that up. Yes. All right, so that is the motion there, so that the 2026 budget be amended by adding the capital project for the installation of park equipment for the Lyle Memorial Park at a cost of $60,000 funded from the working fund reserve. And that has been moved and seconded by Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Meadows. Any further questions to that motion? Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, any further items for discussion in the capital budget? All right, seeing none. Potentially. Okay, so we do have lunch coming in, but one of our staff do have to leave early, so I want to get to the operating budget and talk about that section first. So if we may, we're flip to the operating budget. And we are going to flip almost to the back of the book. So I will get the page here first so I can tell everybody what we're on. So we are going to start at building, bylaw, and planning. So we are on page 69 of the budget book. Okay, so we will, as you see in the budget book, there is a department overview in each section, and that lists the net changes for each of the departments. So as you can see with building services, there is a service net change 0 on building, net change of $230 in the negative in the bylaw, and a negative $60,600 in planning. So we're going to go through each just to see, are there any questions with regards to the building operating budget? Okay. Are there any items on the bylaw department, page 71? Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair. So in the 2025 or 2024 budget, we've got an actual of 53,000 for salaries and wages. And in the last year and well, in this current year, 2025 and in 2026, we are utilizing our contract staff to take care of some of the items that we're, some of the staffing needs that we have. Do we anticipate that we're going to come under budget for this item because we are still relying on contract staff?
We are currently undertaking a review for the position. Interviews are going to be held shortly. But currently, the way it is right now, it is working with our contract position. There is a slight decrease in cost because we don't have to pay the benefits and whatnot. But in 2024, we did not have a bylaw enforcement officer until, well, later in the year. So,
thank you.
Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, within the building and that, the legal fees.
Are you back on page 70?
Yeah, page 70. The legal fees. Is that going to be enough for building with legal fees? Do we have many cases that are brought forward for building?
for building, no, we are thankfully.
That's more in the planning end.
It's more in the bylaw enforcement for the
Bylaw and
legal
planning.
costs. Hopefully, though, with the increase in the non-compliance fees,
Right.
we'll be able to supplement the legal fees through that, so it's not a burden on
Okay.
the taxpayer.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary?
Through the chair, this is just a question. My understanding of previous years that planning was supposed to be and building was supposed to be self-sufficient. So I don't know why we would ask that question. Maybe if somebody could explain to me, like why Bob's concerned about it.
Ms. Anderson?
In the previous council meeting, we addressed the planning fees. They were significantly low to cover the costs. As we mentioned, development should pay for development. So those rates and more fees are being applied for all planning applications. The hope is planning will pay for planning and ease the burden on the taxpayer. So there is we reduced the planning budget by 60,000 this year. The only thing that comes into play is should we end up in the OLT, there are costs that are just costs.
Well, Councilor O'Leary, I believe you're talking about the building department. The building department is totally funded by the building department and not on the not on the tax levy. So that budget is.
Yeah, I just want
set.
clarification, that's all.
Yep. So if there is additional legal and building, they would pull from their building reserve fund. Councilor Borzos.
Thank you to the chair. Just a quick question, maybe two-part question. One is, do we have enough bylaw officers given the fact that we are growing and we have more and more of things happening in the township and people not necessarily compliant all the time? And then number two is, do we pay whoever we have enough so that he or she will not leave? I don't know. Was it the elephant in the room?
We have a good handle on bylaw now. Having the admin in place for being the face of bylaw has really helped streamline and track the whole bylaw division. It's keeping communication with the residents, which seem very happy, and they're tracking everything. So that has made a big difference. Out in the field, it's a bit hit and miss. Sometimes we could use more, but during quiet times, for building, the building officials are qualified and classified as bylaw enforcement as well, should the need arise. With a lot of new development, with the growth proposed in Everett down the road, there may be a need for more bylaw enforcement.
And I just supplementary, I didn't mean to question what you're doing is right or wrong. I'm simply trying to say that we may need more people
Yeah.
to do it.
I would say with the growth proposed down the road, yes, I would say
Thank
another bylaw enforcement officer would probably be needed.
Or are we talking bylaw now?
Well, we had been on bylaw. So anyways, Councilor Meadows.
Since we're speaking bylaw. The weekends. Usually we get calls as councillors on the weekends about bylaw infractions. Yeah, we don't have anybody to usually look after these situations on a weekend. Would it be advantageous to have a part-time employee on call, like for bylaw infractions on weekends?
We could look at something like that. It all depends on what is actually urgent. We've been aware of an ongoing situation and we're aware it is typically happens on the weekend. We do make arrangements for coverage. We've done that where staff have gone out on a Saturday and just, followed up and checked on things.
I'm speaking more or less of through the chair. Sorry, I'm speaking more or less with regards to maybe having an emergency number for bylaw, after hours bylaw emergency numbers. The reason why I say that is it'll just take a load off of me anyways on a weekend when I'm getting a call. And probably some of the other councillors, especially during fireworks time, my phone rings off the hook, usually by the same people, but it still rings off the hook. So, but I just think it's something that's necessary because the police won't attend these calls. They never have done. And if they do, that's usually too late. Hunting season's another big one for bylaw as well. So I'm just saying, I think it's time that we look at that as a service, and that
With,
should be
our
an
contract
added line.
position, they are available on weekends at an extra cost. There has been talk about that weekend thing, but it's hard because sometimes people are home on the weekend and they're just angry. Whereas we can address it on the Monday, but I can see, we have looked at it, especially on long weekends. fishing, camping, those sorts of things. That's where we've had coverage over the weekends in the past.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions with regards to bylaw? And then the last section was planning. Any questions with regards to planning? Councillor Meadows?
Just with the legal costs again, I don't know if we're high enough at $20,000 for legal costs. I mean, you get an OLT hearing, and it's far too low as far as I'm concerned. Some of those could be up to $50,000-$60,000. So I just don't think that's where the actuals would be pretty good in a case like this, where we could actually see what we spent last year. And I know we spent quite a bit in hearings last year, so.
I might add as well that there is a transfer to reserves and an OLT consultants fees line items. So I think we cover legal through 3 different sections. They're just not legal. Ms. Anderson? If there's anything further to add to that, Debbie?
No, I was just going to say we do have line items for the OLT, for consulting, legal fees, and other items. And then we do put money into reserves as well.
Okay. Any other questions with regards to planning? Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, would it be a good time to recess as well? Okay. All right, so let's recess the meeting. Let's do 20 minutes and we'll come back. So do 22 minutes. Recess. All right, so we've come back and I will call the meeting back to order at 12:42 p.m. And we still got everybody. So that's a good thing. I meant council.
Oh.
But all right, so we're going to go back to the start of the operating budget then. So we're on page 51. So the first sheet in the operating budget is the employee full-time equivalent levy. So this shows our 2025 complement, excluding seasonal, student, and contract employees. And then the change proposed in the 2026 budget, and then your tax levy impact for each of those positions. So I just want to provide council with some acknowledgement here that our CAO is in charge of all staffing requirements for the municipality under strong mayor's legislation. And so his role is to deal with any issues with staffing. So just keep that in mind when we're talking about these positions here. All right, so any regards to this sheet? We've got several. I'll go Councillor Borzos first, Councillor Simpson, and Councillor Meadows.
Through the chair to, I guess, Mr. CAO, being in charge of staffing. It's more of a, I guess, a recommendation or observation, call it whatever you will, but I think we need to do a better than half a person for HR. We have an entire township worth of people to deal with. I mean, 44 according to this sheet, plus 60 firefighters. So you're talking over 100 people. And in my opinion, one HR person to do all that, including all the hiring and given the attrition rate we've been experiencing in the past, all that and benefits and whatnot, I think is not nearly enough. So if there is a way, and maybe there's a will, if there's a will, there's a way. Maybe we could bump this up to at least a person. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe actually I'll go to the CO first and just looking for initial comment on the needs for these positions because staff did take several months to figure out what was needed for the 2026 budget. So maybe just to reiterate what the needs are and probably the fit for the budget.
Thank you. Through your worship. Taking a look, I guess the first thing I would mention is that the number indicated in the tax levy impact is not what the person would be paid. That also includes all of the overhead coverage, et cetera, medical, et cetera, that all of us get. So just wanted to put that out first. These conversations with regard to human resources and adding human resources to any municipality is always a tricky one. We have probably more wants than we can afford, and it was a team effort through SMT to put these forward, realizing that we had to understand what is best for the organization as a whole, not just particular departments. And SMT went through that again with zero ego. I do want to point that out, and all looked at what was best for the organization as a whole. We obviously had to balance things with regard to budget and trying to stay under the target. And so we obviously are all restricted with regard to our finances and ensuring that we spend wisely. And so these are what we've put forward kind of as a team. I would like to point that out, and these are kind of our top priorities that we think are needs as opposed to wants. As we move forward, as Director of Planning and Building and Bylaw mentioned earlier, our needs will change, and so we do look at them frequently for every year and every budget, and we ask for what we think is reasonable with regard to that budget and nothing more. So there is a balance that we discussed as a team, and this is what we're putting forward. Obviously, we'd just like anyone, we'd always like to have more. If we had more budget, we would utilize it and utilize those efficiently. However, working with taxpayer money, we make sure that there's a balance and then there's an efficiency that needs to be had. And it is always a tough balance, especially with regard to human resources in the budget, but all budgets. And this is kind of our best needs put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Borzos. Follow-up.
Follow up, please, through the chair. I appreciate that, and I certainly do, but I consider HR as a foundation for any kind of organization. If you don't have human resources, you don't have anything working properly. Okay, you can have the senior management team all day long, all you want, but you need human resources to back it up. And I wasn't going to ask this, but since you opened the door, maybe I'll ask the question, why can't we just flip this if we are keeping it at the same tax levy impact, economic development and special events? We don't have significant special events to speak of. Economic development, yes, it's important, but perhaps a half person could take care of that and then just provide HR to get that team going, the full person. And that would not, in my mind or my opinion, would not impact any of the financials here as well if we were just to flip those two around. And then perhaps once we get into a more, I guess, detailed and more, a more working business working environment within the township, then we can update that half a person from economic development to a full person business and economic development. Would this be an opportunity if I was to put something on the floor to maybe I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Borzos. We'll move on to the next comments on this subject. So I have Councillor Simpson and then Councillor Meadows.
Through the chair.
Answer to my question.
I don't disagree with Councillor Borzos' note that perhaps there needs to be a full-time HR person. I know that sometimes it's hard to get additional staff and retaining staff is especially important. I think when this budget was contemplated, we were going based on the mayor's direction to a maximum of 2.75 on the blended rate increase. And I think it was anticipated that the county would be doing a 4% increase in their tax rate. So I think at this point, we do have a little bit of room because the county, in fact, went, I believe it was a 3.5% increase, right? So there is a little bit of room. So if we were, as a council, interested in allocating an additional human resource full-time staff person, I'm sure Ms. McGinty would be quite happy with that. That said, I think that's something that we need to discuss further and talk about. I do have an additional question with regard to the positions that are being contemplated right now. How much space do we have within the existing township office to accommodate all the new people that we're anticipating? And at what point do staff see the need to create additional space?
Okay. Well, I can comment. We have enough space right now for this, but moving forward, to Chris, maybe you want to answer going forward for future staffing needs for space for the municipal office.
Through your worship, there is some space, and we'd have to get creative with regard to other spaces within the organization here. We do have some additional buildings that we could work with regard to, say, the fire station operations, the two operations areas also. So there is, but as we grow and as council notes, to maintain the same level of service with regard to a larger population, that cost would be DCable. And that cost is needed with regard to areas where to maintain that service level, we will need more people. And the areas that those people will be in, whether it be this building or others, would be DCable with regard to the growth part of that. So that is something that that staff we'll obviously be looking at, especially as we move forward with our new DC bylaw update. There are other options with regard to the amount of rooms that we have and the amount of offices, whether it be splitting off one office into two or two into three. Those are things that we're going to be looking at also. As some are aware, we had a meeting room that we were utilizing as much as we should. So therefore, that particular one got turned into an area where we could seat 4 people. And so those are the kind of pivots that we make, that we have included in that, and to ensure that we do have a right spot for the right people at the right time.
Okay, Councillor Meadows, then Councillor Cox.
Yeah, I had a look over the positions that you're adding. One thing to keep in mind about the human resources too is that they also have contract people out that they work with as well. So I agree that I think we're getting to the point with the amount of work that's in human resources that it could be a split position with somebody. I don't think we're at a point yet for the development and coordinator in that. Like I see having like one position for the two positions, because I just don't see the work there. Yet the one thing that I'm kind of concerned with is some of the pay scales with regards to some of the positions. You're saying, like I'm seeing here, this is what it's saying, that estimated annual cost for one full-time financial analyst and grant coordinator is $117,800 for a 35-hour work week, grade 9, and benefits. Doesn't say anything else. So we're sitting here making decisions on this, and we're under the impression then that's how much they're getting paid.
I don't think, sorry to clarify, not everybody's under that impression.
Well, maybe not everybody, but when I read the report,
Oh, I get that.
I don't know. I'm sure other people
Chris
sat
has
here.
indicated
thought the
earlier,
same
that's
thing.
not the case.
No, that's correct. But I'm just saying, when we're reading these reports, this is the impression we're getting. So I would like clarification on each one of these positions that's in these portfolios here on what the pay grid's going to be for each one of those positions before I make any decisions on any employee. So if somebody could give me some more information on that, the pay scale plus benefits, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. So I just want to emphasize again here that council does not make a decision on hiring staff, or the pay grid for a staff member. So to make a decision on that is not going to happen. Council will not be making decisions on the pay scale or staffing.
I can make a decision on an employee coming into this budget. There's nobody that says that I can't make a decision on an employee.
You have the option to amend the budget,
That's correct.
but you don't have an option to amend a staffing position or a pay scale position. Staff have recommended that through their sheets, and the only one that has the authority to do that is Chris, our CAO. So he has the authority to hire at whatever level he would feel is appropriate for that position.
Yeah, but we have a right to know what that pay scale is for that position.
Correct, and that's why it's grid 9 in that particular item.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know what the grid levels are the grid level high to low for that position is. See whether it fits within our budget that we have to work in.
Okay, I'm not following though, because it does fit within the budget because we're budgeting for that and the tax levy impact. So the grid does fit within the confines of what is necessary for the department increase in their salary, wages, and benefits line on the budget. Staff.
I'd like
include that.
to know how many on council here would like to know what the wage pay scale is on each one of these positions.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the CAO on the other side of, I guess, the question of, the first part of the question from Councillor Meadows particularly.
Through you, your worship, as noted within the form sheets that we have in the package with regard to each of the positions noted, and it says, for example, the financial analyst on page 62 as just an example, the number, the 35 hours work week, it notes which grade it is, and also notes that that includes benefits. So all that information is there within that particular number. As noted a few minutes ago through my comments, that it's not the 117 that is the full, that's not what the person gets paid, it's what the position gets paid, and that includes the benefits. The benefits are usually around the 30-ish% mark, depending on what that is. Also, with regard to the grades, they are based on the same grades that were published in the previous budget. And so all of those line items are broken down in the previous budget, not in the 2025, but in the 2024 budget identified by the treasurer. So all of that is available. Excuse me, but at the, pardon me, during our process, what we do is we put together the responsibilities, the job descriptions, et cetera, with regard to the particular positions and what is needed. And that actually gets vetted through a third party. It doesn't get vetted internally, but we put it together, go out to what the fair market value would be with regard to accountability, decision-making processes, stress, work environment, et cetera. And all the different aspects of the position are then vetted through a third party to see what it would be valued at on the open market for a municipality like ourselves. I'm not sure if Ms. McGinty has anything else to add, but all that information is available readily within this document and the previous.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Cox next.
Yeah, through the chair to the CAO. So similar, I've similar concerns on the pay grid. So I think it would have been, it is beneficial to see what the levels are for each position. I get we're doing the top level just to make sure that we capture full funding. But my main concern is for the economic development special events coordinator. I don't think we're there yet as a municipality. And I'm just wondering if and I don't mean any offense to the departments because I understand how overworked everybody is. I understand. But is there lesser grade positions that we could look at to remove some of the non-complicated administrative taskings for more of entry-level jobs in order to facilitate the current roles to support economic development, special events, or financial analyst grant coordinator, where maybe if you had a just an admin assistant, something at a lower pay grade that would be able to just, like I say, remove some of those burdensome non-technical administrative taskings to allow for more time for the current positions to continue to support these roles. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, through your worship. I'll give an example. Right now, we pay a director, as an example, to do work that a financial analyst should be able to do. Because there is no time there's nobody else to do that. Unfortunately, sometimes the level of work is done by an inappropriate level. And so hiring somebody, position like a financial analyst at a lower grade would be more efficient and be paid for the proper work that they're supposed to be doing at that particular level. So that is exactly why we're moving forward with these requests, because right now there is an imbalance with regard to the type of work that is done at each particular level. I understand that we are small and everybody has to do things. We also are very busy, as you pointed out, and to do things at the side of a desk and break it up into many different particular positions, again, is very inefficient. If we had somebody with focus, that was their particular job to do, it just gets done. And it gets done right, and it gets done with that particular expertise. And this is why we're putting these things forward. With regard to the economic development officer / special events person, and as you can see in some of these descriptions, it would be one job everywhere else. It's actually 2 jobs here in Adjala-Tos because we are so small. So do we need an economic developer and do we need a special events coordinator? SMT thought we don't need a full person for each of them, that we would have one person and combine it. That's the efficiencies that we're putting forward. So the other thing is, if you put in too many expertise, you will not find that person. As an example, we're currently looking for a director, and that director here in Adjala-Tosorontio has to take a look at capital plus development plus operations, which means roads, which means water. That kind of expertise, other than myself, I guess, is very, very difficult to find. But unfortunately, because we are small, we have larger portfolios for each of these particular positions. So we're trying to find the expertise, but once you start breaking it down even more, you cannot find that expertise. So we have to have a balance of what is out in the market, what expertise comes in one person, and hopefully we can combine as much as we can. That's why we're putting these forward. I sat here a few months ago with my report card with regard to the strategic plan that council put forward, and under 3.5 to 3.8, actually 3.9 and 3.10, with regard to community vitality and planning, all of those had a blue sign, if everybody remembers correctly. That means we haven't even started. All of those particular things with regard to that strategic plan that council endorsed are economic development. We have not done anything. And again, if you remember, I had to apologize for not moving forward on these things because we couldn't do them at the side of our desk. We were busy, we had no focus, and we don't have the expertise. So discussing it at SMT, we thought that this is what we want with the growth that's happening, with new events such as, I believe it's movie night that people are putting forward, with Truth and Reconciliation event growing, with Canada Day growing, with potential looking at attracting businesses with regard to the 89 corridor, with regard to other businesses that are trying to move in here, with regard to the Nottawa-Saugor Futures, with regard to also attracting other businesses, trying to get funding for those. We, as SMT, thought this is a full person. We need somebody to do this, to attract these things within our township. Because right now, as you can see by the report card, it is lacking. We do need somebody to do that, and unfortunately, we won't be able to do that at the side of our desks. So if we bring in an expertise that can have that, maybe we'll have more events, maybe we'll have more successful events, maybe we'll be able to provide that service to our residents, and those organizations that are doing those events will be able to attract additional businesses, which means additional funding coming in with regard to taxes, water, etc. So again, looking at it, could we use more people? Absolutely. But we thought that this would be the higher priorities based on council's direction, based on what we need, based on the expertise that's out there, based on what we can actually get. So those are the kind of thought processes that we went through as we were going through this. And yes, I would be, and I think all staff would be more happy if we had a greater budget and be able to hire things, we could do more things. My job and SMT's job is to make sure it's done efficiently, and this is how we think it can be done. Thank you.
Excuse me, any follow-up, Councillor Cox? Okay. And before I go to Councillor Meadows, I also want to echo the comment here that we see in a lot of municipalities leaps and bounds through staff, and that is not the goal here. We don't want to be hiring 10, 15 staff in 1 year and then nothing the next. So I think the option of SMT certainly sitting down and having that fulsome discussion as to what they think is needed now and in the next few years, and working through that plan so that our budgets aren't increased by $1 million simply because we have to hire 10 staff in a year. The intention is to catch the right staff at the right time for the right needs so that we aren't having to have a 5 or 10% increase in an operating budget because of staff levels. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, and I guess what I'm getting at is just that I think that we should all have a copy of the pay grid to understand where the range is for these positions. Right now, I don't. I have no idea if this starts at 40,000 to 100,000. I don't know what the range is at all. And, you know, I got grade 7 grades. This is a grade 7 position, top end $101,200 with benefits. I got another one here at, you know, which is the full-time financial analyst and coordinator's position, top end 117,800. Where's the mid-range on this? I'd like to know what these pay grids are, because I would like a copy of the pay grids if I could get them. And I'm sure everybody up here would like a copy of the pay grids.
Okay. I'll go to the CO on this as well, but we do have a copy from 2 years ago because everybody's got a copy of that one. So if you're trying to justify what we have, you've already have that one. So it may not have the current one, but you ballpark, it's certainly there. CO?
Through your worship, that was on page 4 of the March 11th, 2025 draft operating budget. The numbers and the steps and the pay grade was in that document that went to council with regard to the, sorry, it is titled Attachment A 2025 Proposed Staff Pay Grid at the 65th percentile. That's currently what we have. That was approved by council. Again, as noted in the budget, we would be asking for the, or is noted or into the numbers as a 3% COLA. So if or once the budget is deemed, and if that goes through with regard to the 3%, obviously, then those will be adjusted by the 3%. But that has been presented to council on March 11th of 2025 with regard to that on page 457.
So okay, for that position then, what is economic development officer, grade 7?
So grade 7 currently in the 2025 is $30.89 to $38.62.
And that works out to 101,000 a year? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Plus benefits.
Yes, as mentioned a
Which is
couple
about
times, it's
30%.
approximately.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, CO. Does that answer the question there, Councillor Meadows?
That's all I asked for. It's just how much the pay grid was. I mean, now it falls into place a little better when I'm making a decision.
Okay. And again, you're not making a decision on the staff.
Through the chair.
Councillor Simpson.
So when I do share a little bit of Councillor Meadows' concern. I think the difficulty is that we're given reports at different times, and you know, perhaps there's difficulty in reconciling one report that was given at a year prior, and then seeing that same number here. And I think it is helpful. Like, you know, we're looking at this $117,000 position here for a financial analyst and grant coordinator. Now, keeping in mind that there's a 30% that is for benefits. The position and the salary may only be 80,000 or thereabouts, right? So I think that's appropriate. I think maybe some note, just noting what that pay grid is might help council going into the future. With regard to the economic development officer, I think this is a position that we do need. I mean, we've got a lot of businesses in our area, and we don't know where all of them are and whether they're all operating, whether the supports that they need are there. And that's certainly something that we should be looking to address. I recall just recently I was looking through a list of local businesses in the area, and that list was compiled in 2020 during the COVID time, and it's not been updated. Many of the businesses that are there are not currently operating. There are many businesses that are not captured in that list. And so there are things that we should be doing, that we could be doing, that will facilitate more business opportunities within our municipality, and I welcome that, and I'd like to see more of it. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Are you content with this? Sure. Then we're perfect. All right, so let's move on to page 52, which is net debt levied by department. We're not going to spend any time on this page since we will go through each department. So if there are any particular questions through each department, we can have those discussions at the time. So on page 53 is the OPP. There is no net change in the OPP since our funding strategy has not changed for the OPP. Any questions with OPP? Councillor Cox?
Just a comment through the chair. I'd just like to thank the OPP for all the work they do in our municipality and keeping our communities and roads safe.
Thank you. So we're on to page 55, which is municipal taxation, corporate operations, and council. Are there any questions with regards to those three sections of this budget? All right, seeing none. We move on to administration, which is on page 59. Any questions with regards to administration? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I just had one question with regards to that. Looking at the actuals for 2024, I noticed there was an overage for admin for $602,522 for what was budgeted for 2025 and the actuals for 2024.
Sorry, the whole section is admin, so I'm not following you.
Well, if you look at administration, page 52.
Well, we're not on page 50. We're on.
Well, I know we're not on page 52, but it shows an overview of it was budgeted for $2,323,290.
Correct.
The actuals on page 50. Where was it? Yeah, the 2024 actuals were 980,350. Correct?
Correct, but you're not doing a fulsome comparison because you're comparing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 1,720 down at the bottom. So if you subtract those two, you get 600. It's a difference of $602,522.
But you're using the $2024.
Hmm?
Are you not using the $2024?
Well, I'm using the 2024 actuals, and against
Over-
what we budgeted for that.
For
So it was 600
for 2024,
for 2025.
but they wouldn't be the same. Actuals in 2024 weren't budgeted in 2025.
Well, these are supposed to be the actuals for 2024 that we were given, right?
Correct.
Right? Yeah, but what was budgeted was 2 million. You subtract the two and it's a difference of 602,000.
Right. We had an increase of $602,000 last year's administration budget. Year over year. 2024 to 2025.
Okay, whatever. I'm just saying it seems to be a bit of an overage there and what the actuals were in 2024, what was budgeted. We budgeted 2 million, so we were over budgeted $604,000.
No, because you're not comparing 2024 budget. You're comparing the 2025 budget.
That's what I mean.
What I'm saying is the 25 budget plan was over budgeted compared to the 24 actuals at the time when we actually did the 25 budget. Because we do not have the 25 actuals here. We have no foundation, no baseline to compare the current 26 proposed budget to anything other than the 24 actuals.
Correct.
Correct. But he's using 2024 numbers into 2025 numbers. He's not using the 2024 budget.
Yeah, but the
does-
25 budget was actually conceived based on the 24 actuals. That's his point. Yes, it was.
Yes.
It was an increase of salaries and wages for across the board, which works out to be 600 and some odd $1,000 increase in the operating budget for administration last year over 2024.
But it was designed to be that way.
And we
That's
also
all I'm
had the
saying.
clerks in here as well, which is now in corporate.
Anyhow, this is why it would be excellent to have the 25 actuals.
Great, but I'm not following along here on the math. So I understand the concept of having the actuals for 2025. What I'm concerned about is the math of 2024 versus 2025, which is what Councillor Meadows is referring to, not 2026.
No, but what I'm saying is we budgeted 2 million for 2025. Okay?
Correct?
We only spent 1,727.68 for the actuals of 2024 that were given us.
We don't know how much we spent.
Oh, we don't know how much we
don't
spent.
know how much we spent yet.
So the 2025 budget for administration was $2.323 million. And the actuals of 2024 were 1.7.
So we don't have the actuals for 2025.
Yeah, but
So the 2024,
so built the budget and derived the 25 budget based on the 24 actuals. That's. I mean, I don't know, where are you going with that?
And there's a decrease now because of the change from the pulling out of the clerks into their own budget for administration. So that's why you see a decrease in the change for the 2025 budget to 2026 budget.
Salaries and
okay. Digress.
Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm just curious, I don't know if the, which member of staff could answer. The very bottom line item, 20 for consulting, studies and consulting, 2024 actuals are $0. 2025, we spent 20,000. And now in 2026, we're budgeting for $80,000, $60,000 increase. Is there is, we budgeted for it. Yeah. That's what I said. We budgeted for it. Is there a specific study or consulting that we're anticipating for this year?
I believe that's partly DC's, but I'll confirm with the treasurer on that. The administration studies, I believe partly DC's and partly compensation review as well. But look to the treasurer.
Through the chair to Councillor, the studies and consulting line, budget line, it includes an outside recruiter for this year at approximately 25,000, compensation review, I believe at 25,000, as well as Peninsula Employment, which we budget for annually at $12,000 approximately. And that budget line was actually moved from the 5021 line. So that budget dollars was in that council hospitality line. And now we've moved it down to studies and consulting, the bottom line. And that also includes an outside recruiter cost now and for a compensation review. So that totals $80,000 for 2026. And we've also moved some dollars around out of that 5021 line, as I said, to better align and be more transparent with their costs. So we've moved budget from that council hospitality line into employee relations, which is like for staff appreciation, condolences for staff who experienced death in the family, et cetera. So that kind of summarizes the change there.
Follow up.
Just to follow For the compensation review, and I mean, like, no offense to anyone, I'm just curious to get my head around it, because I believe we did a review this term at council as well for compensation. That's why we got the new salary. So is this like a every couple of years thing we're doing this, or like, so would this be every term essentially? I didn't know if there's a threshold that we are obligated to meet for how long it's supposed to be reviewed. There's no threshold.
So my hope with that is compensation review that we could have one built and then continually do that in-house as needed, so that we're not having to go back out all the time for, or have at least an update to a compensation review and not have to do a full one every time, because the numbers don't change at the end of the day. CO?
Through your worship and to all of council and anybody watching, my apologies. As I started out, I didn't mention that with regard to the process, SMT did go line by line and to ensure that we right-sized the numbers. And so, as the treasurer just mentioned, if there were budgets that we weren't going to be utilizing and haven't for a number of years, and there were budgets that were increasing, we actually went line by line. So there are, you can see some of those negatives as the treasurer mentioned, that we may not be needed, but is needed in other areas. So we were actually right sizing the particular line items. And as you can see, with regard to the administration and the changes of the salaries and wages, obviously not in administration, but into clerks. So my apologies, I didn't note that as part of our process, but we were right sizing based on some historical numbers and the facts of the changes that were happening over the past number of years. So my apologies that I didn't mention that, but that's why you're seeing a lot of the negatives and the changes within it. So it would be an internal adjustment. So a lot of them do not have an increase or a decrease. They're just put into the right places now. So my apologies for not saying that before.
Okay, appreciate the clarification. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, you mentioned Peninsula. What all is Peninsula used for in our organization?
So through your chair, we brought them forward in 2022 or 2023. No, 2023. We hired them in 2023, 5-year contract. So they're HR and health and safety consultants. So through them, we have we can get advice. They also give us legal support, and they'll cover the cost of some of legal claims. And they also and provide training at an extra cost, and then they can also provide at an extra cost investigative work.
Thank you. Yep. Any further questions on the administration section of the budget? Okay, so we're on to corporate services on page 63, which is the overview, and the budget itself through 64, 65. Any questions with regards to corporate services? Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, it's again, last line item here, 80/20 Canada Day. Should that description change just being like community events? Because we constantly, I believe we pull from that for other events, i.e. movie night or any leftovers. So would we just be able to group that as to just saying it's only for Canada Day, but just economic events or community events?
I'll go to the clerk, but we actually delegate that as council that it is for Canada Day. And it have to come back for us to decide if it's spent on other aspects. I'll go to the clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Cox. So the monies contained within the Corporate Services Division are specifically for Canada Day. However, in the Parks budget, there is $5,000 allocated annually for the Community Development and Event Committee, and those are the funds that would be used for the additional events that the committee holds. I would note that often to supplement the Canada Day monies, the committee does take from some of those funds.
Councillor Cox?
As a follow-up, if historically we start taking from other funding line items, why don't we just have one line item for all events? Kind of simplify it, right? So that we don't have to be taking from this pot or moving it from that pot, just have one pot with all of our community events, not just specific Canada Day, all of them. And then from there, we can break down the cost for each specific event. Just a suggestion. We're taking it from anyways.
Okay. Any other items with the corporate services budget? Councillor Meadows?
That includes the clerks, correct?
Correct.
I'm just curious on, is it just the additional people that are being brought on in the clerk's office that is the huge jump in the salary? Like for the budgeted amount, like 856,460?
So I'll go to the clerk on this, but this is the item that you requested that the salaries and wages be reinstated in the clerk's department. So that's partly that and then partly the new staff complement, but I'll have the clerk comment on that as well, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Meadows. Yes, that's exactly what has happened. So previously there weren't enough employees within the clerk's department to reflect those budgets within that department, because then members of the public will be able to tell how much each of those individuals were making. The department has grown now. So what we've done is transferred the salaries and wages from the administration budget into corporate services to better reflect the cost of operating that budget or that department.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions with corporate services? Okay, so there are on to page 67, which is the fire department. Any questions with regards to the fire department? Somebody's got to ask a question to the chief today.
How are you doing?
Keep on monitoring.
Councillor Cox?
Through the chair to the fire chief, I just want to say thank you for all the work that your the first responders do for this community. Like I say, I see them, they're always first on scene. They do a fabulous job and they always have my support.
Through the chair, thank you very much on behalf of the entire fire department.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've dealt with the building bylaw and planning previously, so that takes us to public works. 74, page 74 through 70, 78, I guess, with the parks, and then we're capture water and wastewater after that. So anything with regards to public works and parks in this section? Any questions? Councillor Meadows?
We're going to be doing a wage review, correct?
The compensation review will be completed by a consultant, yes.
Yeah, I think we really need a look into our public works. I just find that some of the job descriptions in that, like for what they're paying some of the equipment operators, is far too low. And that's why we're having problems getting and retaining people. I just find our works department is underpaid for what they do, and I think it needs to be really looked at properly in this review that's coming forward. I just wanted to make that comment because I know some of the people that work on the works department, and also some people that work for other municipalities that laugh at me when I tell them the wages that our guys get. So I think it's something that we really need to look at.
Okay. Councillor Borzos?
Just through the chair to Mr. Wilmot, the line item asphalt repair contract. We spent $149,953 in 24. Only got good Lord, then Mr. Andrewchuk knows how much we spent in 2025, but now we are knocking it down by 1/3 to $100,000 when our roads are getting worse. How does that make any sense?
Mr. Bromwitz?
And through the chair, we found efficiencies by doing more of our rehabilitation. So instead of doing long patches on the road, we're pushing it off for a year and then doing a rehabilitation, doing the complete road. So that was the reduction there. Why we've left what we are is when we do a culvert on a paved road, we need to patch it type thing, but we don't need to do overlays for betterment that we did last year. We did quite a bit of it on different roads. And my attitude is if it's that bad that needs a patch, it needs to be resurfaced. So that's why it was reduced to, we found more efficiencies in doing bigger contracts.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Locks?
Thanks through the chair. And the next line there with road painting, obviously we're pushing forward with getting more lines on roads to make the roads safer and better travel roads.
Yeah, through the chair. Plus, part of that is traffic calming too. We can use it as traffic calming as well. So between the two, we hope to navigate that area.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Wilmans. For our grass cutting contract, I don't know, would it be beneficial for us to start buying our own mowers and employing students all summer? Like, is there like, I know line item is 5045 on the parks portion, because 58,000, 62,000. If year over year, if it would be better for us to have our own equipment. And I don't know if Ontario does like an Ontario Student Works program where they supplement salaries and benefits similar to what the federals do. They have a FSWEP program where they'll supplement the salaries for the students to come in and work. As long as they got a G2, they can load up a trailer with a mower and go cut and trim.
Mr. Wallace?
Through the chair, that can be utilized through the summer, but you've got your spring and fall where you don't have students. Is the area, and as you know, spring is the main growth season. So if you don't have it done, then you're playing catch up the rest of the season and stuff. Is the big reason for it. And to do it wourselves, like they come in here in 2 days, do the whole township, and they've got six people. So it would be a huge hit on the staff.
To that point, that is being looked at, though. There's a threshold as to when that would be most suitable. CO? Sorry, I took your word.
Yes, it did. We do take a look at hiring, and Mrs. McGinty takes a look at what funding that we have available, and we would hire students through that. Right now, we have, say for this year, we had 3 park students. Unfortunately, some of them left, so we had to replace a couple of them, and we were actually down to 2. So we still do have the student option that we do exercise within the parks area. But as the director mentioned, we do have those shoulder seasons, so it is good. As somebody who has been in charge of a large grass cutting crew, and it is nice to see that we're trying to use it work efficiently. And as we move forward and as we grow, there may be opportunities to bring some of that in-house, but it also impacts our assets that we have, our replacement costs that we have, and all those other things. So there is a balance to that, and depending on how we move forward in discussions with SMT, we may be bringing that back in future years as we grow in population and as we take on more parks. But there is a balance to that with regard to the rolling stock that you have and the rolling assets, the PSAB, and all those other kind of things. So it's a balance, but we will be looking at that every year as we move forward with budget deliberations through SMT.
Any other questions with roads or parks? Sorry, Councillor Simpson, I did see your hand earlier there.
Through the chair, just had a question with regard to the cemetery maintenance and repair. I note that the actuals in 2024 were $45,889. That we had budgeted $7,000 for the 2025, and we're again budgeting $45,000. Are we anticipating significant repairs to the cemeteries in this year?
Mr. Wilmans, do you want to clarify that one, or I can? It was the grass cutting tender that went out last year was not accounted for in the budget. So that's the adjustment in this budget.
Sorry, so the grass cutting that we have historically done at the cemetery was not in the budget?
It was a contract position that was for cemeteries. We've tendered it now with the rest of the parks.
Okay.
So that's catching up with the cost of actually doing grounds maintenance at cemeteries.
So is the budgeted amount of 62,000 for grass cutting sufficient to include the cemeteries as well? They're separate.
So grass cutting is covered under building, public lands and buildings, cemetery, and parks.
Sorry, how did we catch it last year?
The tender went out for
Yeah, it was,
cemeteries.
it was a tender went out, and this is actually showing the actual cost of doing it, not what was missed in previous years.
How often do we cut the grass at the cemeteries? Weekly?
Mhm.
Do we need to cut? I mean, these are historic cemeteries, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of them. The problem is if you don't keep on top of them, then they get bad, and you'll get more complaints from the residents at not maintaining a cemetery than anything else. And we do cut back if it's a real dry section of the summer. Instead of cutting it, we'll tell them not to cut for a week. So we do monitor what's going on to try and utilize the money the best we can.
I just want to make sure, because I think some of these are older cemeteries that, and not to say that we shouldn't be maintaining them, but they are older in the sense that nobody really goes there anymore. And we're maintaining it out of respect.
So I might comment, and maybe the clerk would like to provide some additional clarity, but the cemetery board used to contract out a individual to look after maintenance in cemeteries, would cut generally twice a month.
Yes.
There was multiple complaints that came in that they were overgrown. So staff did bring that back to council for consideration, I believe, to include the grass cutting tender with cemeteries. And so council agreed to do that. So that's why it's worked into the existing contract or the tender for grass cutting for all of our properties, and not just a contract for one. Councillor Cox?
Through the chair, if our grass cutting is under one contract, again, should we just not have one line item for just grass cutting? See what our full cost capture is? Because right now we're flipping to multiple pages to calculate what exactly that contract is worth. I would just think just put one line item, just grass cutting.
So I can look to the treasurer, but I believe we want to capture the true costs in each department, and that's why they're broken out. Mr. Anderchuk?
That's the intention of budgeting that way.
Okay. Other questions with parks or roads? All right, so then we're on to page 80. Is water. Any questions with regards to the water operations budget? Councillor Borzos?
Through the chair, maybe to Mr. Anderchuk on this one, or I don't know, maybe Mr. Wilmots. I asked at the beginning of the meeting, but I'm asking again, why do we see on the revenue line for water $22,000 difference, or even for 25 budget of $1.8 million compared to the 26 budget of 1.78 million, and we added a couple of hundred homes since the 25 budget was conceived. So why is that not being captured in the revenue section of the 26 budget? Like the new homes that are coming in online at Colgan, they're paying water rates, don't they? Or water fees?
Through the chair to Councillor Borzos, yeah, it is being captured. Our budget is a conservative amount, but we are getting revenue, yes, from the.
So we are getting less revenues, or anticipating less revenues this year than we did last year, yet we added more homes. I guess that's my question. And how does that compute if that's the case?
The user fees are increasing year over year for water.
All right. 55,000.
If you're looking, sorry, through the chair to Councillor, but if you're looking at the total revenue line, included in the revenue line, the transfer from reserves is decreasing from 285,000 to 231,000. That transfer from reserves is our anticipated reliance on the working fund. So we are anticipating as revenues grow, the reliance on the working fund will decrease.
And then so,
That's the balance, basically, that transfer from reserves balances water to zero. And our funding shortfall comes from the working fund, and whatever is borrowed from that working fund forms part of that internal loan, which is about $5 million.
supplemental to that, if I may. So then, on the water system user fee section there, if we just look at that line from 24 actuals of, let's call it $1 million, we budgeted for $1.4 million, and we are only going up by $55,000 in user fees by adding a couple hundred homes. I mean, that doesn't seem to be right. Or we did, I mean, I don't know what the actuals are for 25, so I don't know how much we actually collected and how many houses closed in 25 and how many will close in 26, but we did a number of them in 25, and we are anticipating probably a couple of hundred homes in 26.
Mr. Andrzej?
So through the chair to Councillor Barzos again. So the budget for 2025 was just my best guess, and to be quite frankful, it wasn't a very good guess.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. So you think the 26 budget is a better guess?
Correct.
Let's roll with that, thank you.
Okay, other questions on water? Councillor Simpson? Sorry for doing that.
Through the chair, so I guess the question is how close to the budget for 2025 do you anticipate we will get? And if we don't meet that 1.47, that means that there would be a substantially higher transfer from reserves. Would the transfer from reserves in this fiscal year be closer to the 494 as opposed to the 285, which was budgeted?
Mr. Andrzej?
We don't, sorry, through the chair to the councillor. So we still don't have actuals for the third quarter. So I have a better answer for you come January.
Got it. Thank you.
Other questions with regards to water? Okay, on to wastewater, any questions with regards to page 81? Sure. Councillor Simpson?
Just to make a note, we're budgeting that for 2026, that the reliance on water is 231,000. The reliance for reserves or transfer from reserves or the working fund for wastewater is 167,000. So we're still about 400,000 in reliance on the working fund for operating needs for water and wastewater. And I just want to highlight that to council that, you know, we've made substantial steps to fix the issues. Those have not borne out exactly as, you know, we needed to. There needs to be, we also need to look at the amount that we're putting for water and wastewater capital budget. That 300,000 reliance on it this year as well. So the municipality.
219,000.
Sorry?
219,000.
219,000, a little bit.
80,000 does the parks project.
It is still about 600,000 that impact is on, you know, that we're supporting the water and wastewater when it should be self-sufficient. So just want to highlight that for council. I mean, it is an important thing. We do need to support it, but we also need to take steps. And I do thank council at the last meeting that we did support that motion from residents. So hopefully we can make more progress on that file. Thank you.
Thank you. To your point earlier, though, and you seem to want to take another 219,000 out of the working fund reserve to fully capture that. So but if that's a desire from yourself, you could certainly put that on here so we could put 219,000 on water to pay for those capital expenditures. That's what you suggested earlier, so.
I'm okay with putting it forward. I don't know that I have the support to do it. That's just the simple fact.
We could do that too. We had that opportunity at the last meeting as well to raise the rates for water and wastewater at the last meeting as well.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, if there's a reliance on the working fund, that's the only way you would eliminate the reliance on the working fund is unfortunately to raise rates.
Okay, I'm out of these, so they're gonna be done.
All right, last question or last call for anything on the wastewater page. Okay, so that completes the operating budget. Are there any other discussions for the operating budget? Okay. There is one recommendation within the staff report that I believe we should make, just so it's clear. And Madam Clerk, if you could bring up the resolution for the grant funding, never get that one up and take care of that. All right, so the recommendation is that the additional 2026 OPMF grant funding of $95,400 received by the township be included in the 2026 budget, and that the $95,400 be transferred to the Parks Reserve. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor Borzos and seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. Any questions on that one? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, any other items? All right. So we've captured all the amendments within individual motions. Madam Clerk, I don't believe we need to put them as part of the main motion, or do we?
Through your worship, I do have them all on one page if council just wants to see them all before the final vote on the main motion as amended.
Sure.
Small.
Could you just recap those for us, please? You don't need to read the entirety of the motion if you don't wish, but certainly just recap the highlights.
Sure. Through your worship to council. Council has deleted capital project I-2026-05. That is the resurfacing of Side Road 30th in the amount of $222,000. We did add two capital projects, one for Side Road 10 in Adjala from Concession Road 3 to Concession Road 4, and Side Road 5 from Concession Road 2 to Concession Road 3. That's partially funded from the CCBF grant and $278,000 from the Working Fund Reserve. A $60,000 project was added for park improvements to the Lyle Memorial Park, and then acceptance of the 2026 additional OPMF grant funding, which will be transferred to the Parks Reserve.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? All right, so the motion would be that it has been moved by Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor O'Leary, that the Finance Report 2025-013 dated November 26, 2025 regarding the 2026 proposed capital and operating budget be received. And do you just want me to say as amended? And as amended. Any further questions on that main motion? And all those in favor? Sorry, just one more time, please. That is carried. All right, so we're at item 6, which is the confirmation bylaw. The bylaw 2025-059 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at a special council meeting held on November 26, 2025 be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? Sorry, one more time. Thank you, that's carried. And we are adjourned at 1:52 p.m.